Mic check. Can I be heard? If I can be heard, give me a 9 up in the chat. If I can be heard, all praises. Glory and honor to the creator of heaven and earth. Forever live the example. Mighty Messiah in the hearts and minds of the faithful elect, all praises. If I can be heard, give me a 9 up in the chat. Give me a 9 and give me some yahoos up in this deal. You know, all praise. Good to see you, brothers and sisters. Bless up. Bless up. Brothers and sisters on YouTube and the Meta, Facebook. Marcus Israel, what's up, my brother? Shalom. I was just about to send you a message saying we live, but you already on her, brother. Blessings. Now I'm my blessings. Eliana Ephraim, my beloved sister, bless up. Anna Nails, my brother Yare Rahima Robbie Dobson, Reason, what's the word? Eliyahu Yermiyahu. Eliyahu Yermiyahu. Shalom. King was the word. Bless up. Sis Ariat, bless up. James BG Bird Game, my brother from Facebook. Bless up. King, how you be? I see y'all. Brandon Carter, my beloved brother. Bless up. Dana Marie, bless up. I see y'all in the building. Okay. All right, well, y'all see this Nazarene edition, part 65, is various topics. We're going to go ahead and get into a little bit of this real quick, all right? Talk about a few things. Talk about what's going on in this earth. You know, let's see where we at with it. Shemayim Batya, bless up. Jason Jacks, bless up. Lion of Yah, bless up. All right, we're going to see where we at. With it. Good to see you, brothers and sisters. Abundant blessing. Let me go ahead and share this real quick. Share this with y'all. Y'all hit that like button. Thumbs up or thumbs down. It's all good. Get them algorithms popping and moving. All right. Share it with everybody you know. Let's throw down. Let's get busy. I ain't mean that. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me look this up real quick. Hold on 1 second. Click out the wrong thing. She will come up. Hey, it's out the wrong thing. I want to pull it up later. Show y'all. One right there. No, not that one. It's a biblical map. Here it is right here. Wow. There he is. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, let me share this with y'all real quick. All right, let's throw down. Dana Marie, it's good to be seen. Good to be above ground. Bless up. Fresno P, my brother. Sean Dunn in the building. Fresno P. You going back 25 years, brother. What you doing? Talking about some Fresno Parker, baby. That Fresno P. My brother, man. How you family, brother? Bless up. Honey B. Jones, bless up. Shalom. My bro, Bezel the Israelite. Good to meet you in the flesh, my brother. You, your brother, your mama, all y'all. Tell everybody I said shalom. Bless up. Y'all 2613, my beloved brother. Bless up. Let me share this with y'all real quick. Y'all see what's going on out here, right? Let me share this real quick. Oh, you see Russia on that deal, huh? Hold on. Go ahead and get the full screen on it.
In this video, we're going to try and understand what.
Let me see if y'all gonna have to kind of try to listen through the action. Yeshaya Ben Israel, my beloved brother, bless up. All right? Good to see you in the building. All right, let's go over some of this. All right, let me post the video up in the link, up in the chat for y'all. Y'all go ahead and look at these videos for yourselves, all right? going into Russia and Ukraine and what's really going on with that. You know, false gods got them all banging. Really, they are the same people. Ukraine used to be a part of Russia. The false gods inspiring mortals to, you know, spill blood. That's basically what's going on. You dig? All right. So let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Why Russia launched a full-scale military attack. In this video, we're going to try and understand why Russia launched a full-scale military attack on Ukraine and what story or narrative is being passed on to other countries in the world. Let me begin this video by saying this statement. If you have a friend like the United States, then you don't need enemies in this world. When I say the United States, I don't mean the general public. I mean the United States democratic government and US deep state. And today in this Russia-Ukraine war, we can clearly see what I mean. The United States is only doing talks. They are not helping Ukraine. War has started. There is not even a single American soldier in Ukraine. All that we are hearing is America and European countries putting sanctions after sanctions on Russia. Just think for a moment. Don't you think Russia has done the calculations? If Western power put economic sanctions on Russia, don't you think Russia already knows that? And that will affect the country's economy. Don't you think Russia knows that? Even then, Russia sent troops to Ukraine. So in this video, we're going to analyze this whole scenario. First of all, don't get carried away by the Western media's conclusion. Don't form any conclusion based on media reporting. This issue is much deeper and it is personal for Russia. It is about securing Russia's national interest. If I have to summarize this issue, it is all about Russia securing and protecting its territory or motherland versus NATO expansion. The reason Russia attacked Ukraine is because it does not want the United States and NATO installations and weapons, including nuclear weapons, anywhere near the Russian border. Whether you agree with Russia or not, Putin has a reason. If you remember, the United States and NATO did the same thing in Turkey while attacking Syria. Before 2013, the headquarters of NATO Allied Air Command for Southern Europe was in Izmir, Turkey. The United States gave some 90 B-61 nuclear bombs to Turkey, which are also right now there at the Incirlik Air Base. These bombs were kept there in case of any nuclear conflict. And of course, their use requires the approval of NATO. Don't you think Russia is aware of it? In fact, Russia was supporting Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. So today, if United States and NATO forces have eyes on Ukraine, do you think Russia will not do anything about it? If tomorrow American weaponry arrives in Ukraine, Moscow is 35 minutes away if you want to use Tomahawk rockets. And suppose if you want to use hypersonic missiles, Moscow is just 5 minutes away from Ukraine. Russia from day one has been saying to the United States and NATO to stay away and do not interfere in Ukraine. The problem that you see in the eastern part of Ukraine, that is in the Donbas region, it is happening since 2014. It is now 8 years. Again, I will repeat what I said in my previous video. If Russia wanted to attack or invade the eastern part of Ukraine, it would have done it long back. The reason why Russia attacked now is that the United States and European Union countries did not listen to Russia's demand. The United States lives on the other side of the ocean. It practically has no threat to its territory from any big country. But if you see, the United States goes around everywhere in the world and creates conflict. Do you think that is correct? Russia had a very simple demand. Just stay away from Ukraine, that's it. But no, the West had to interfere. Even Ukraine joined the bandwagon. And now Ukraine is all alone. Nobody's coming to help them. All these Western countries are just doing talks. Meetings after meetings, giving media interviews, asking the world to pray and whatnot. So the real problem of this war is the United States. And then few European countries also supported the United States. Because initially, Germany and few other Euro countries were not aggressive towards Russia. But now European Union and United States have a joint approach. So you see, it was Ukraine and Russia's matter. They could have solved it diplomatically. But now the matter has become worse. And it will
Feel like you're doing the work of 4 people? With Monday.com WorkOS.
It will only stop when Russia gains control of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Because somewhere Russia knows that if today it let go Ukraine, then again tomorrow Ukraine will repeat it. And it will go on. Ukraine will do what Russia does not want Ukraine to do. So Russia is thinking, let's put a break to this matter once and for all. Now, I know many of you are also thinking, well, America is interfering because Ukraine is a democracy and it does not want to be controlled by the Russian dictatorship. Well, first of all, what you have to understand is that Western countries are not the sole custodian of democracy. They have a version of democracy which is called liberal democracy. Every country has democracy, but they have their own version of democracy. Democracy cannot have a single version which the United States and the European countries constantly preach to the world. Democracy has different versions. And the next thing is, who told you Russia has dictatorship? Russia has its own model of governance. Just because someone's model of governance is different from the United States and European countries' model of governance, is it right to put a negative label? So what you have to understand is that Russia has a different model of governance, which is not the same as the Western model of governance. But if today we all are feeling bad for Ukraine, then we also have to equally feel bad for Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, and also to a certain extent Iran. But if you notice, the narrative is different about all these countries. It's all because of Western media. That is why today we don't feel as bad about these countries as Ukraine. So I'm repeating again, Russia attacked Ukraine because Ukraine and the Western countries repeatedly ignored Russia's concern. Again, many of you, because of Western media, also believe that Russia has always interfered in Ukraine's domestic affairs. That is why Ukraine has an inclination towards European countries and the United States. Now, my question to you is, do you think if Ukraine allies with the United States and other European countries for support, do you genuinely believe in your heart to heart, do you believe Ukraine can remain sovereign? No, it cannot. That means Ukraine cannot remain sovereign country as long as US and Russia exist. Then what do you think Ukraine should do? Ukraine should adopt the policy of non-alignment, like how India does. Of course, India is also right now in a tight spot. But the point is, until a country gains international reputation, it should always follow the policy of non-alignment. And now again, many of you will say, Ukraine always wanted to be an independent country, but Russia does not allow Ukraine to be one. But again, that is also not fully true. Notice I said not fully true. Of course, we have to agree that Russia has some influence on Ukraine. That is natural, right? 30 years ago, it was all one country. Plus, ethnically, Ukrainians and Russians are very mixed. There is very little difference in their cultures. But then look at it this way. Russia has always helped Ukraine. From 1991 to 2013, Russia has given massive subsidies to Ukraine, which is estimated around $250 billion. Then Russia has also waived off Ukrainian debts, which were accumulated during the Soviet era. And if you see the other way, Ukraine has made many attempts to cheat Russia, sometimes in the form of stealing gas. Russia used to give gas at a subsidized rate so that the Ukrainian government could pass on the benefit to the domestic consumers, who are old pensioners. There are many old people in Ukraine who are poor. They don't have that much of money, and they were once part of the Soviet culture. Plus, many of them are also Russian speaking. So instead of giving gas at a subsidized price to the domestic consumers, it was resold to industrial enterprises. And then Ukraine also did not return some of the Soviet assets that were allocated to Russia, which were part of the commitments before Ukraine gained independence. So if you consider all these things, then somewhere Russia also feels betrayed and cheated by Ukraine. I'll give a similar example in the Indian context. When Pakistan was separated from India in 1947, even India gave a lot of
Become a cybersecurity professional in less than a year. Our live virtual classes take place in the evening.
lot of resources and money to Pakistan. But what did India get in return? Betrayal. India fought 4 wars against Pakistan. Now, I'm not replacing Ukraine with Pakistan. I'm just giving you an example to understand when a small country gets separated from a big country and starts working against the parent country's interest, and surprisingly, both in Ukraine's and Pakistan's context, it was always the United States. Why do you think India never took back the POK region till now? It was always the fear of American interference. Anyhow, again in 2014 Euromaidan protest, which was basically a coup, it was sponsored by the United States and European countries. So don't say that Ukraine is a sovereign country. Its fate either lies in the hands of Russia or the West. Sovereign is a fancy word that is used quite often, just like the word peace. Plus, if you see at the face value, United States has always given assurance to Russia that they will not expand towards the Russian borders. But still, the United States used to interfere in the affairs of Central and Eastern European countries in the name of development and democracy by giving foreign aid. But then it turned out everything was the opposite. So the real war is between the West and Russia. Ukraine is the springboard through which the US wanted to threaten Russia militarily. And before anyone knew, Russia attacked Ukraine, and now they are heading to the capital city of Kyiv. What did the United States do apart from talking to the press? They should have helped Ukraine. Sanctions don't help, because sanctions are only good if monitored. There are many channels of doing business, and there is always some country which is willing to trade for cheaper import. Can the West monitor everything in the world? Let me explain to you what sanctions are. Suppose you have a big house, and you tell your child not to step out of the house. But can you keep an eye 24 hours and every corner of the house? There are many ways of getting out of the house. Similarly, just putting sanctions is not good enough. You also have to monitor it and see to it that your sanctions are being followed. There are many channels through which countries can do trade without even letting anyone know. And furthermore, we don't see Russia trembling or breaking any sweat listening to these sanctions. That means Russia has proper plans. And one more thing you also have to understand is that US sanctions will also hurt the European economy. Europe depends on Russia for almost 40% of its energy supply. That is why you see oil prices are all-time high. So I believe Russia is self-dependent. In Hindi, we call it Atmanirbhar. Plus, Russia also knows that if the West collectively does not want to listen to Russia's demand and wants to put sanctions, and if they can bear the consequences of that, then why does Russia have to be so worried? Everybody will suffer. So you have to understand that if the United States wants to build military bases in Ukraine in the name of NATO, then obviously Ukraine will have American troops, artillery, and missile defense systems which are going to be literally minutes away from Russia. Then what do you expect from another superpower? And one more thing that I want you to remember is that it was the Democratic Party under Obama who organized the Euromaidan coup. Even at that time, they did not send NATO forces to help Ukraine when Russia was taking over Crimea. Now what will happen is, as far as I can understand, Russia will take over Kyiv, and regarding the Donbas region, Putin will conduct referendums in Donetsk and Luhansk to determine what the people who live in those regions want to do. And since we know that the majority of the residents are Russian ethnic, they will vote for Russia, and that is how Putin will justify the intervention. And then, as you know, America and its allies will reject the validity and outcome of the referendum, because that will suit their political ambition to restrict the economic development of Russia. But at the same time, there will be many other countries that will accept the outcome, and then some countries will be neutral about it. And that's how everything will be back to normal. In the end, I just want to quickly add a few more points. Do you remember when did the communist ideology take over the Soviet Union? It was in 1917. The 10 years from 1917 to 1920.
So you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about stocks, real estate, or cryptocurrency.
1927, the Russian Empire saw a radical transformation into a socialist state. And then in 1922, the Soviet Union started. So from 1917 to 1922, it was Soviet Russia. And after 1922 till 1991, it was the Soviet Union. And before 1917, it was the Russian Empire. And Nicholas II was the last emperor of the Russian Empire, which had a massive extension across Eurasia since 1721. So basically in 1917, there was a Russian civil war where the Bolsheviks took control. Who were the Bolsheviks? They were far leftist Marxist followers, and their founder was Vladimir Lenin. Anyhow, I'm not going to make this a history lesson. Perhaps I'll make a separate video on the history of the Soviet Union. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is that it was in 1917 when communists gained control over Soviet Russia, and their aim was to destroy capitalism and create a socialist society. The thing about communism is that they don't believe in culture, religion, or in the idea of the nation. So naturally, Lenin, Stalin, then Nikita Khrushchev, Boris Yeltsin, all of them destroyed the Russian culture, the nationalist sentiments, and did not do anything to revive it. And then in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, 15 republics which together formed the Soviet Union all got separated. The Western countries started preaching to the world that they have completely destroyed the Soviet Union. They have created a new history. The end of the Cold War was seen as a victory of democracy over communism. And that is where the world started thinking communism is associated with dictatorship. Actually, that is correct, but you also have to understand that at the ground level, communist ideology takes birth from radicalization. At first, you need a breeding ground. After that, you need to charge the public, making people oppose some ideas. It could be against the government, culture, religion, and then emerge as a sustainable and a viable political option for those radicalized people. So the leader is not the problem. The ideology is the problem. That is why communist ideology does not care about territorial boundaries. Two groups of people living in a separate country can have similar views if they are communists. That is why you will see the same ideology in worker unions, employee unions, railway unions. Wherever there is union, you will get hints of communist ideology. Always remember, communists have always participated in charging people. They have an anti-establishment mindset. They will tell you things like you are poor because that person is rich. They will talk in such a sweet manner and convincing manner that you will not even realize when you got radicalized. That is how they charge people. So communism is a mindset. So after 1991, the Western powers started preaching to the world that they have destroyed the Soviet Union. They have created a new history. They created a narrative. End of Cold War is seen as a victory of democracy over communism. And that is where the world started thinking communism is associated with dictatorship. But what happened was by 1991, communism was out of Russia. As I said, communism is an ideology. It is a mindset. So it left Russia in 1991 after destroying 70 years of Russian culture. But then it moved deep into the Western society and it destroyed their culture, values, everything. That is why you will see that today in the United States, Canada, and European countries, there's a huge identity crisis. All of the material progress, their per capita GDP, their democracy, prosperity is of no use. People are neck deep in consumerism. They have gone woke. They don't even respect their elders. All they want is more rights. There is no culture. There are no values. There are no ethics. No feeling of nationalism. Unfortunately, the same Western lifestyle is slowly spreading in India. Anyhow, on the other hand, after 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Boris Yeltsin became the president. Communists have a symbol, if you remember, hammer and sickle. On December 25th, 1991, the communist flag was lowered for the last time over the Kremlin, thereafter replaced by the Russian tricolor. That means Boris Yeltsin became the first president of the Russian state. He was the president till 1999. Even he did not do anything to revive the old Russian culture, the religious values, and the nationalist sentiment. And if you remember, in 1999, he handed over the charge to Vladimir Putin. And since then, he was either the prime minister or the president. So you can say Vladimir Putin is the first leader in Russia to have revived the old Russian culture, religious values, and national sentiments. And that is how the Western media tries to show Vladimir Putin and Russia as a villain. The Democrats in the United States are actually the communist mindsets. And you can also see that today, United States has charged Ukraine so much that it has to fight alone with Russia. And what is the United States doing? It is asking the world to come together. And on the other hand, Russia is saying, no one will interfere in this fight. Stay out of it. So Russia is actually fighting for its motherland, for its territory, and for also its own people who live in Ukraine. Honestly, the Western power had to just stay out of this. Ukraine got carried away in sweet talks of the Western countries. Unfortunately, today it is in trouble. I hope you found this video informative. Thank you for watching it.
All praises, all praise. I know that was kind of hard to hear because of the accent, but for y'all that don't know, the United States and Ukraine actually have a treaty or an agreement, or they're in covenant with one another. I want to share this with y'all next, right here. I'm going to do just a little bit of reading. This comes off the State Department's website. All right, let's go ahead and get that done. I think it's right here. Here it is, right here. All right, U.S.-Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership. And this is off the U.S. Department of State. It's from the State Department. All right, this actually was, this article actually was written November 10th, 2021. All right, but this actual treaty goes back over 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. All right, would you say, Deborah? I don't think we have to worry about the Russians trolling in the room today. Boy, hey, they sure been on it, ain't they? All right, now watch this right here. I'm going to show this to y'all. Watch this. In fact, let me go ahead and put that on up in the chat as well. All right, so y'all can always go back and pull these things up. But man, Mally over there making stuff up. Nah. You can pull these things up yourself. All right. All right. From the State Department, U.S. Department of State, U.S./Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership, November 10, 2021. The following is the text of the U.S.-Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership signed by the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony J. Blinken and Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba in D.C. on November 10, 2021. Begin the text, the preamble. United States and Ukraine. We're going to blow this up a little bit. All right. United States and Ukraine reaffirm the importance of our relationship as friends and strategic partners, both based on our shared values and common interests, including a commitment to a Europe, look at this, to a Europe that is whole, free, democratic, and at peace. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Reiterate that the strategic partnership existing between our two nations is critical for the security of Ukraine and Europe as a whole. So this thing, you know, they saying Ukraine is important for the safety of not only themselves, but all of Europe. You got to watch the words when they get down to these treaties and these contracts, these covenants, these countries be making. You heard the phrase back in the day, the devil in the details. That's what it be about. They be actually at war. A treaty is nothing but, I mentioned y'all with something. A treaty is basically a promise to go to war. It's a promise. He said, we're going to hold war. We're going to push war down the line for about 20 years. You dig? So the countries to come together and have treaties with one another and all that. But it's basically a promise that we are going to go to war. You know what I mean? This doesn't eliminate our problems. So eventually, what we about to go to war and spill blood over now, we're going to have to readdress this in the future. All right? We always remember that a treaty is nothing but a promise that war will break out in the future. Believe that. All right? But they saying that for Europe as a whole, the safety of Ukraine is important. All right? Look at this. Underscore that our partnership is founded on common democratic values, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, and a commitment to Ukraine's implementation of the deep and comprehensive reforms necessary for full integration. And these reforms are necessary for full integration into European and Euro-Atlantic, like the Atlantic Ocean, Euro-Atlantic institutions in order to ensure economic prosperity for its people. Wow. Really, y'all, like Deuel was saying on the video, really this is all about Russia. This is about the West and its allied powers. Their biggest nemesis out east is Russia. It's always been that, though. Like, we can talk about Iran, we can talk about Iraq, we can talk about Syria, Lebanon, we can talk about Turkey, and we can talk about whoever, North Korea, right? But the biggest one for real is Russia. And then right there is China. You know what I mean? But they main nemesis for the longest, y'all. For the longest has been Russia. All right. China had to have them some type of revolution and close their doors for about 20 years. And then they came back out as a world power. So China is definitely a world power in this day. But I'm talking about this thing between Russia and the United States. That go back, y'all. The Cold War. The Cold War. You know what I mean? A war of information, espionage at the highest levels. That's why today you can have TV shows like The Americans, all right? And it's two Russian spies posing as American husband and wife. And they got children. Their children are born and raised in America with American values. They don't know nothing about their parents are straight spies. And when did they go down? In the 80s during the Cold War. Right? The Cold War was basically a war of information between the United States and Russia. It's the Cold War. All right, so it's a war of information, espionage at its highest level. Now look at this. Commend Ukraine's significant progress towards improving its democracy, as well as its commitment to continuing democratic reform, which are crucial for advancing democracy throughout Eastern Europe. So they pumping democracy, which is major because Russia is not a democracy. And truth be told, Ukraine is actually, you know, that's Russian land. That all those are within Russia's interior. You know what I mean? I mean, you got man-made borders now, and everybody, you know, now that's Ukraine, you know, Kyiv and Russia. But when you're done talking, when you go back in time, not even 100 years ago, all that was one landmass. You feel me? So, you know, they had war and people dying, you know, not to sound you know what I mean, desensitized. But y'all, that ain't nothing but the false gods fighting, inspiring mortals to shed blood. That's it. That's it. Now watch this. Emphasizing unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty. Look at that. Meaning their own right to rule. Right? They don't even want to be a puppet state of Russia. They want to be sovereign on money, on government, you know what I mean, independent of Russian control and manipulation. All right, Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. You see that? So they get other nations behind them and recognize their borders, and then the other nations, such as the U.S., you know what I mean, any of these Western allied powers, you know, they'll actually start providing the weapons and the fighter jets and all that. Right? They basically just got a foothold right there at Russia's border. That's basically what happened. All right, when I say they, I'm talking about the Western allied powers, such as the United States, Great Britain, you know, France, Germany. Those are the allied powers. All right, so basically they got, you know, because of this treaty, they actually got a foothold right there within Russia's borders. All right, and it's crazy because it's a pipeline too. That's, you know, we're dealing with oil, so it's a pipeline that's very, very crucial. All right. Now the crazy part is, you know, what's that name? Ukraine. Ukraine is in a strategic position, and they tax Russia, I think, close to $2 billion a year for them to even move whatever they're trying to move through Ukraine. You know what I mean? So y'all make no mistake about it. The politics is the first stage of their warfare. It's politicians, politics. You see what I'm saying? That's what that is. So it's like, hold on. If I can eliminate paying $2 billion by circumnavigating whatever this is, and, you know, whatever the Ukraine got going on, then that's what we gonna do. We're gonna circumnavigate that, go around that. So we ain't even got to have a $2 billion tax on our head annually. It's all politics. It's all politics and resources and control of artificial boundaries. That's all it is. All it is. All right. So it says internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and extending to its territorial waters in the face of ongoing Russian aggression, which threatens regional peace and stability, undermines the global rules-based order. Look at this. In the face of ongoing Russian aggression. All right. In Russia's mind, they're just fighting for their borders. That's their lands. That's their lands. Declare our determination to deepen our strategic partnership by expanding bilateral cooperation in political, security, defense, development, economic, energy, scientific, educational, cultural, and humanitarian spheres. Affirm the commitments made to strengthen the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership by Presidents Zelensky and Biden on September 1st, 2021. Intend to use the Strategic Partnership Commission, SPC, its working groups and other bilateral mechanisms to maximize the potential of our cooperation and address the challenges outlined in this charter. Now, principles of cooperation. All right. I'm going to read a little bit of this, and I'm going to let y'all read the whole thing. But this is what I want to get down to: security and countering Russian aggression. Look at this. Look at this. We're going to get the whole history behind it. All right. Yeah, very, 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 very excellent article from the State Department. Principles of cooperation. Principles of cooperation. This charter is based on core principles and beliefs shared by both sides. Support for each other's sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders constitutes the foundation of our bilateral relations. The United States and the Ukraine are in covenant. So the United States eventually is going to have to go ahead and, I mean, if that's what it is, unless this deal die down, because that's all I've been hearing on the news lately. Ukraine, Russia. It's like COVID just disappeared. You don't even hear about COVID no more. It's all about Russia, Ukraine. That's it. I'm like, dang, where did COVID go? Where the boogeyman go? Y'all ain't even talking about the boogeyman no more. All right. Our friendship and strategic relationship stem from our fundamental and mutual understanding and appreciation for the shared belief that democracy and rule of law are the chief guarantors of security, prosperity, and freedom. Cooperation between democracies on defense and security is essential to respond effectively to threats to peace and stability. A strong, independent, democratic Ukraine capable of defending its sovereignty and territorial integrity and promoting regional stability contributes to the security and prosperity not only of the people of Ukraine, but of a Europe whole, free, democratic, and at peace. Section 2, security and countering Russian aggression. Look at this. Look at this. You know, here the fruit and the seeds at right here, y'all. Here where the fruit and the seeds at. You know what I mean? This is where it is right here. See, this treaty been signed over 20 years ago. All right, so they got to go to war. All right, they got to go to war. Keep live, my beloved sister. Bless up, bless up. All right, now look at this right here. All right, security and countering Russian aggression. The United States and Ukraine share a vital national interest in a strong, independent, and democratic Ukraine, bolstering Ukraine's ability to defend itself against threats to its territorial integrity and deepening Ukraine's integration into Euro-Atlantic institutions or concurrent priorities. That's why you think they keep running NATO in this too, because in this treaty, if you're talking about Euro-Atlantic, well, you know, NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. So anytime you talk about the Atlantic and you talking about, you know what I mean, any type of covenants or any type of treaties or whatever, and the Atlantic is mentioned, well, you know, you're dealing with NATO as well. Euro, you know, you're dealing with the European Union as well. You're dealing with the Allied powers. You're dealing with the beast. All right, deepening Ukraine's integration into Euro-Atlantic institutions are concurrent priorities. The United States recognizes Ukraine's unique contribution to nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament and reaffirms its commitments under the Memorandum on Security Assurances in connection with Ukraine's accession to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Budapest Memorandum of December 5th, 1994. Write that down. Write down the Budapest Memorandum. All right, this treaty with Ukraine go back all the way to 94. All right, so you're talking about 28 years, going on 28 years. Look at that. Look at that. You're talking about going on 28 years. All right, I was saying earlier. What I was saying earlier is a fact that a treaty is just a guarantee you're going to war in the future. All right. That's all it is. All right. If y'all get some understanding, give me an 8 up in the chat. Y'all know I ain't trying to lose nobody. Bless up. Bless up. Shout out to all the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Y'all, you know we love you too. Absolutely. Whether you be friend or foe. Shalom, shalom. Abundant blessings. All right, so write down the Budapest Memorandum of December 5th, 1994. Write that down. You need to know these things. So when everybody arguing and wondering what's really going on, you ain't up under no illusion. You're like, look, they done had a treaty going on 28 years. United States got to intervene. NATO got to intervene. European Union got to intervene if that's what it is. So, you know, the false gods are inspiring mortals and the heads of these nations to go to war. That's all that is. That's all it is. Heathen business. That's it. All right. We're going to get into it, though, because you got some scriptures that go into Gog and Magog. These are biblical names for the, you know, the landmass. You know, it's Russia today, Meshach, Moscow, and all that. You know what I mean? So you got scriptures, too. Mainly, a lot of people running around right now like this is the World War III, and this is the Gog-Magog War, or this is Armageddon. Right, so I'm just gonna share a few scriptures today, and you know, see if we can arrive at an understanding. Right, all right. You got a Gog and Magog war, in the scripture, absolutely. All right, but is that what we on the edge of now? All right, and then when you get into it, you look at. All right, we'll talk about basically Gog or Magog descending upon the land of Israel, and all you gotta do is go to Israel and look around. Russians been up in there. Who you think these so-called Ashkenazis are? They're Russians. They've been up in there. They've been up in there. They've been and invaded the land of Israel. We late. You waiting for something to happen that done already happened. They already done invaded the land. Those are all Russians. Who do you think these Ashkenazi folks are? All right. We're getting to it though. All right. So the Budapest Memorandum of December 5th, 1994. All right. Guided by the April 3rd, 2008 Bucharest Summit Declaration of the NATO. There it is. There go NATO. I just spoke on NATO. Anytime you have anything and nations are dealing in commerce or treaties or covenants and Atlantic is brought up, you got to deal with NATO. NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. You got to deal with NATO. Got to deal with it. Guided by the April 3rd, 2008 Bucharest Summit Declaration of the NATO North Atlantic Council and as reaffirmed in the June 14, 2021 Brussels Summit communique of the NATO North Atlantic Council, the United States. There it is, y'all. These are the dates. The United States supports Ukraine's right to decide its own future foreign policy, course free from outside interference, including with respect to Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Russia like, because that means that Russia's enemies are right at their footstep, their doorstep. Right there. Look at that. The United States and Ukraine intend to continue a range of substantive measures to prevent external, direct, and hybrid aggression against Ukraine and hold Russia accountable for such aggression and violations of international law. You see that? It's really about the U.S. and Russia. You feel me? Ukraine is being used as a puppet, a pawn. About the United States and Russia. You know what this is about? Vladimir Putin used to be KGB. Like that. Like a Russian mafia. You know what I mean? The Russian CIA. Espionage. You dig? Now look at this. So it says, against Ukraine and hold Russia accountable for such aggressions and violations of international law, including the seizure and attempted annexation of Crimea, which is in Ukraine, and the Russia-led on conflict in parts of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine, as well as its continuing malign behavior. And just like the United States, boy, tell you you're acting, you're misbehaving. The United States intends to support Ukraine's efforts to counter armed aggression. Look at this. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. They got to fight. The United States intends to support Ukraine's efforts to counter armed aggression, economic and energy disruptions, and malicious cyber activity by Russia. United States say, look, that's our war. We're going to support Ukraine in counter armed aggression. We're going to give them weapons. Armed. What is armed aggression? So now you know the weapons Ukraine is using come from who? Well, y'all, it's rocket science. It ain't rocket science. You know what I mean? Come on, man. It ain't rocket science. All right, well, if you're going to support Ukraine's efforts to counter armed aggression, or how you going to counter armed aggression? How? Was you going to hum it away? Like, how is that going to happen? No, y'all, always read deeper than what the surface is telling you. That let you know, guess what? We going to supply Ukraine with the proper weapons that it needs to, quote unquote, defend itself. Economic and energy disruptions and malicious cyber activity by Russia, including by maintaining sanctions against or related to Russia and applying other relevant measures until restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. So it don't matter if that was Russian land or not. If Russia's enemies get together and declare this, then guess what? Guess what? That's just what it is. That's them saying, all right, well, you claim that's that. We saying, no, it ain't yours. And we gonna find a few people or a few of your own people who don't like the fact of how you getting down geopolitically. And guess what? We gonna arm them. That's it. We gonna arm them. All right, look at it. The United States does not and will never recognize Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea and reaffirms its full support for international efforts, including in the Normandy format aimed at negotiating a diplomatic resolution to the Russia-led armed conflict in Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine on the basis of respect for international law, including the UN Charter. The United States supports Ukraine's efforts to use the Crimea platform to coordinate international efforts to address the humanitarian and security costs of Russia's occupation of Crimea, consistent with the platform's joint declaration. Y'all can read the rest of that. Let me go ahead and throw this up in the chat one more time. All right, throw it up in the chat one more time. All politics. Awkward in the building. Bless up. Bless up, my beloved brother. Abundant blessing to you and your family. All right, it's politics. Many ticks, bloodsuckers. Politics is many bloodsuckers, man. Believe that, know that. All right, before shedding blood is the last stage of warfare. Warfare goes on way before it gets to bloodshed. It starts with the many bloodsuckers, the politics. Let me share something else with y'all real quick. All right, if y'all get some understanding, go ahead and give me a Yahoo up in the chat. And I look, there go the link right there to what we just read from the State Department. Y'all click on that and y'all check that out. All right, let me share something else with y'all real quick. Very, very informative. All right, share screen. We're gonna get busy too. We're gonna throw down some of these scripts. Wow. All right, let's work. Let's work.
Indeed changing as we speak. We begin with our breaking news. Our world is indeed changing as we speak. That's smoke in the distance over Kharkiv, Ukraine.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II.
It's emerging online. These pictures here show helicopters flying on the outskirts of Kiev, which is in the east of the country. Ukrainian media reporting that they belong to Russia.
Ukraine has mobilized its forces and begun to defend its cities.
Explosions heard in Kyiv, Ukraine's capital city. Just 2 hours ago, sirens going off.
And there we go. I've just heard the first siren has just gone off. And I've been told by city officials that indicates that this is a city under attack.
Ukraine's president says they've introduced martial law and have given weapons to everyone who's able to defend their country.
But he told people to stay calm, to stay in their homes.
Russia has attacked Ukraine, marking the start of a new war in Eastern Europe.
Surrounded on three sides by about 170,000 troops.
And tanks rolled through cities, including Sumy, heralding a new phase in this escalating crisis.
We now have war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history.
Russian troops are attacking from the north, south, and east. It's an attack that involves artillery, tanks, and small arms.
Several videos showed what Ukrainian officials described as columns of Russian tanks entering Ukrainian territory. An unprovoked war in Europe is now underway.
Here we go.
It started before dawn. Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev. It was the same across the country. These pictures from Kharkiv in the east. Enormous blasts, also in the city of Dnipro.
That fiction now utterly exposed. Explosions right across this vast country.
Guys, look!
In Ivano-Frankivsk, in the far southwest, a missile struck an airport.
Putin began war against Ukraine, against the entire democratic world. He wants to destroy my country, our country.
And we are here at the Antonov Airport, which is about 25 kilometers, 15 miles or so out of the center. These troops you can see over here. Stand up, Lewis. These troops you can see over here, they are Russian airborne forces. They have taken this airport.
They've obviously had a plan for weeks and they've stuck to it. But for these troops to pop up in the middle of a neighborhood where key strategic locations like airports, utilities, and they've paratroopers have come in. They've had one firefight, but people are driving around like it's a normal day. It's bizarre. And yet here, the Russian troops that you're seeing right there taking an airport, they've done that in several locations around the country.
Within hours, Russian tanks were reported to be on the streets of Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv.
Russia appeared to be targeting essential infrastructure, helicopter gunships hovering above a power plant. Other power stations were targeted as well, including the Chernobyl nuclear power station, raising fears of an even greater disaster.
This was an unprovoked war. It reminds me of September 1st, 1939, when Hitler invaded Poland.
Russia cannot feel safe, develop, and exist with a constant threat emanating from the territory of modern Ukraine, he said, describing the government in Kiev as a junta of neo-Nazis determined to build nuclear weapons.
Mid-morning and 2 jets fly over the city. It's not clear whose, but it seems only a matter of time before Russia controls the air and much besides.
And demilitarization of Ukraine. I mean, judging by those words, this appears to be the worst case scenario, potentially. We have to wait and see. Not just forces moving into the east to these rebel-held areas, but potentially moving on other parts of the country. This seems to be a much larger ambition.
Russia's war machine is even hitting targets in the city capital, Kyiv.
Whoa.
Now, residents in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Odessa heard big explosions before dawn as world leaders decried the start of the Russian invasion. It could lead to massive casualties and topple Ukraine's democratically elected government. Russian President Vladimir Putin cast aside international condemnation and sanctions, warning other countries that any attempt to interfere would lead to consequences you have never seen in history.
The invasion, the attack that Russia promised would never happen, has now started.
For the most of the day, they were fairly precise strikes on military targets, but now the Russian troops clearly are heading toward major cities. That Russian forces have been able to secure the Chernobyl area, and they are also heading toward Kharkiv, which is the biggest city in the east.
They said they hoped they were wrong, but they are clearly right tonight. The invasion started exactly as the way they predicted, with cyber attacks, with electronic warfare, and then we saw those blasts around Kyiv. But several hours before this attack began, I got a message from a senior Pentagon official who said, "You are likely in the last few hours of peace on the European continent for a long time to come."
But the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, is warning that Russian cyber attacks could spark a wider war across NATO.
Yeah, George, the cyber's cyber's like a wildfire. Once you start it, you can't always control it. If you remember back in 2014, when the Russians came into Ukraine, they used a bot called NotPetya. And that turned into a raging wildfire across the world, caused $10 billion worth of damage. So cyber is a concern just because you can't control it and it doesn't usually stay where you want it to, something that the U.S., the rest of the world will have to take into account as we see this evolve.
I had this very strong and very creepy sense of deja vu. I have written about Soviet invasions and Soviet occupations. I wrote a book about the Soviet occupation of Poland and East Germany and Hungary at the end of the Second World War. And so much of the tactics and methods, right up to the making lists of enemies and planning, talking about who you're going to arrest in advance, the attempt to disorient people, the use of propaganda and lies. So much of this is familiar from Soviet history. Putin is a KGB officer, and the KGB studies its own history. I mean, we know they do that because I've seen their study guides in the archives when I worked there in the 1990s. So he is really reading through, how did we do it in the past? How did we conquer other nations and occupy them in 1945? And this is very similar to that in a way that's really quite eerie.
President Putin declared war on Russian state TV, saying he intended to demilitarize Ukraine and threatened the West against interference, reminding it that Russia is a powerful nuclear state.
This is now a Cold War between the United States and all of its allies, very unified on this issue, and Russia.
Political scientist Ian Bremmer called Russia's move a turning point in global order.
What Putin is saying is that this country is mine. I am taking it. I am working to reintegrate Russian empire. Keep in mind that Putin has said on the record many times that he considers the dissolution of the Soviet Union to be the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century. And he believes that it is his legacy to reverse that.
Russia unleashing an assault on Ukraine from multiple directions.
If Putin wins, he's going to be able to define the character of the world as one defined by brute force, not by the rule of law.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. All right. So look, we're going to go ahead and start off in Ezekiel, the 38th chapter. I want to read a few of these things. Because, you got certain people like, this is where it's at. This is the Gog and Magog war. This is the beginning of Armageddon. And, every war that ain't World War III has the potential to be the war that starts World War III. Absolutely. What you don't want to do is get out here and start rushing and rushing and try to force prophecy to fit, because then you be looking silly when don't nothing happen. Feel me? Then somebody can label you a false prophet. All right. So, I know a lot of people are antsy or anxious. But one thing you don't want to do is rush or try to force prophecy. That ain't what you want to do. So what I'm going to do today, one of the topics we're going to talk about is just Russia, Gog, Magog, you understand? We'll talk about that a little bit first. And then we're going to go on to another topic, whatever, and just, get it in. But I really want to go over this because certain people would just run around just like, man, it's Armageddon, kick off. Or, this is the Gog, Magog war, but you leaving out other scriptures that'll give you a clue to what time frame that war take place. All right. But if you want to just base it specifically off Russia making a move, or Russia is going to invade Israel, y'all newsflash, Russia been invaded Israel. Who do you think all these Ashkenazi Jews and these rabbis and rebbes and all them are? Those are Russians. Those are Russians. And everybody know it. They Russians and Germans. That's it. So Israel been invaded by the Russians. What are you saying? They've been invaded by the Russians. You feel me? They in Israel speaking whatever, dialect of Russia that is. We got people that live in Israel. They rather work with Russians. Straight work with them. You know what I mean? They learn English. They learn some dialects of Russia. They both learn Hebrew. You're like, come on now, those are Russians. Russia been invaded the Holy Land or the Promised Land. It's been invaded. So a lot of people are basing, because Russia and this Russian-Ukraine conflict, as if this is the Gog and Magog war. All right, but as we read through Ezekiel 38, and then we're gonna go over to the Revelation as well, and we're gonna place it. I've heard elder brothers in the past make that same mistake. You'd be like, bro, look, right? If that's the case, then we got to reevaluate everything. We got to look. If that's the case, then you got to reevaluate if you are Israelite. You got to reevaluate who the Messiah is and everything. Because once you read Ezekiel 38, but then you bring Revelation 20th chapter, because it's both about the Gog and Magog war. You feel me? All right, so you need to bring both perspectives together and let's see where we land at. All right, that's what that's about. Every war until World War III kickoff has the potential to be in that battle or that war that start World War III, meaning all the world powers are involved in this war. You understand? But a lot of the brothers and elders are running out rushing and trying to force prophecy. Stop that, because you're going to be looking like you false. All right, so what happened when this calmed down? And then what? What happens when all this calmed down? Ceasefire, peace negotiations, and all right, go back to your regular scheduled program. What happens then? What happens then? Everybody claiming that this World War III and it's the Armageddon. Everybody claiming that. Now you look false. And everybody all amped like, yeah, we always pay attention to the times and what's going on. I'm not saying that, but you know how many men on Israelites are on YouTube right now claiming this is the Gog Magog invasion of the land of Israel, or this is the Gog Magog war. This is Armageddon. That's right, James Jr. It's all look. It's been about wars and rumors of wars, and rumors of wars since. You feel me? Since that prophecy went forward. You feel me? So don't get involved in it, and never let nobody tell you something to strike fear in you, and then you make your move based off fear. All right? Like, you ain't gonna be able to duck this heathen when it's time. Ain't no ducking. So you never want to make a move based off fear, and then, because you're not just making a decision for you, right? Your families and, your brothers and sisters of the faith and all that. There's a lot of people involved with the decisions that got to be made, right? But don't let nobody scare you into making a move, you feel me, because you believe it's all about to be over. Come on, man, stop that. Stop that. A lot of brothers going to be looking like false prophets, man. Stop trying to force prophecy. Stop that. Look, the U.S. been had a treaty with Ukraine. 28 years going on. Okay, now what? They've been in there talking about the verbiage in the document, been talking about Russian aggression and countering armed aggression. They've been talking about that. This ain't nothing new. All right. So let me go ahead and pull this scripture up real quick. Let's get it done. We're going to start this out, y'all, in Ezekiel the 38th chapter. Let's eat. Bless up. Bless up. Let's throw down. All right. Share my screen a little taste. All right. Share my screen a little taste. All right. Quick now. Let's go on over here to Ezekiel. Yeah, the false gods is inspiring mortals to shed blood. That's it. That's it. That's it. All right, the Most High protects you. If you out here doing what you're supposed to be doing, Most High protects you. Protect you. And even if it is time to expire and be released from this jail called the flesh, Nazarenes look at death as the gateway to immortality. So there ain't nothing to be sad about. It's time just to rise up in the grades, in the ranks, and all that. You know what I mean? Now look at this, Ezekiel 38. The subtitle says prophecy about Gog and future invasion of Israel. All right, I'm gonna show y'all some maps too. So we're gonna hear some names up in here, and y'all need to see where these names are at. All right. All right. A lot of these are Islamic countries, believe it or not. All right. All right, Ezekiel 38, start at verse 1. And the word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him. Now, if you don't know where these places are, because these are biblical terms for modern land masses. All right. Let me see if, as a matter of fact, I got a biblical map pulled up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick for y'all, so you can see where these places are at. All right. Let me share screen. My bad, y'all. All right. Wow. All right. Now, I just typed in biblical map of Gog, Magog, and Israel. All right. The one I found interesting was this one right here. This was one that was very, very interesting to me. Okay. Made sense to me. I said, oh, okay. Okay. Now, look what you got. All this is considered Magog. Look at this, though, y'all. Turkey. Turkey. Yeah, Turkey is Islamic. Yeah, Islamic. Istanbul used to be Constantinople. You know, that's a whole history. That's off the chain when you look into it, though. It's off the chain. Now look at this. We got Tubal, we got Gomer, we got Torgamah, we got Meshech. Meshech. And notice where they got Russia at right here. But notice Meshech is basically Russia. It's like right there on the border. All right. And when you draw a map, when you draw a line from Israel, Jerusalem, somewhat north, you run right into Meshech over here. All right. Some say Meshech is Moscow. We'll see. But this is the map right here. All right. Modern nations: Turkey, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Azerbaijan, Libya, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the Sudan. Now look at that. Look at this. Coalition of Islamic nations. All right. This is Israel down here. All right. This is Egypt. So this is North Africa. Here go Israel, which is part of Africa. All right. Persia, Iran. All right. And a lot of these spots is in modern day what you call Turkey. All right. Bordering the land of Russia. All right. Oh, dang. Y'all see that? Y'all probably can't even see that. Hold on. Hold on. I want y'all to make sure y'all can see that. One second. So my screen don't look like I was zooming in and everything. That's messed up. Let me see. Oh no, we gotta do this again. Y'all ain't even looking at what I'm looking at. Let me stop the stream real quick. That's right, Fresno P, my brother. Yeah, just the beginning. And all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. That's the last time I heard. Like, so people be getting all shook up about war. You be like, look, that's gonna happen. I see the false gods are inspiring you mortals to shed blood again. That's it. That's all that is. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I got this. Let me make sure y'all can see this. All right, so that's what I'm sharing right there. All right, y'all forgive me. I'm over here talking like y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right, here it is right here. All right, let me know if y'all can see that. It should say at the top, Coalition of Islamic Nations, Ezekiel 38-39. Let me know if y'all can see that. That's what I was reading earlier. All right, give me a Yahoo if y'all can see that. All right. So these are the nations we basically going to be reading about in Ezekiel, the 38th chapter. And this is one of the main places. Whenever you'll see this within Israel, whenever it's anything to do with Russia, we always go, Israelites always read Ezekiel 38, Ezekiel 39, Jeremiah 50. You know, you heard phrases like the land of the north. You know what I mean? But these are the main scriptures, and then Revelation 20th chapter. These are the main scriptures that get read. All right. And then a lot of us are placed and saying that this is Armageddon. Like, man, we on the brink of Armageddon. You dig? And it's like, nah, y'all looking at that. Like, we forgetting certain scriptures. All right. Make sure y'all can hear and see. All right, y'all. Can you scroll down? Yeah, I'm about to scroll down. I got you. All right, so we can see. We get bread, easy money. All right. All right. So coalition of Islamic nations, Ezekiel 38 through 39. You see right up here at the top, you see Russia. All right. We read about Meshech. Meshech is right there at the southern tip of Russia. All right. I've heard before Meshech could be possibly Moscow. We'll see. All right. So modern nations over here to the right. You see modern nations when you're reading about Meshech, Togarmah, Tubal, Gomer, Magog, and all that. All right. Well, the modern nations, these are number biblical names for modern nations. Modern nations: Turkey, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Azerbaijan, Libya, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan. It says also Psalm 83, really. All right. So right there in the circle, see, Israel is down here. This is Israel. All right. Israel is right here at Egypt's border, Jerusalem, right? Now, above or north of Israel, you bump into these company of nations that Ezekiel was talking about. You bump into these company of nations. All right. Now, all these is an Islamic unholy coalition. All right. A lot of people don't want to talk about that. All right. Mixed Arab peoples, Israel, Kush, Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia. All right. So y'all check that out when y'all get a chance to. I just typed in biblical maps of Gog, Magog, and Israel. And, these are one of the options that came up. All right. So I want to put biblical names with modern places. Like, don't nobody know nothing today about Gomer and Tubal and Meshech. You feel me? You be or Magog. You can say when you hear Magog, you be like, oh, you talking about Turkey. Yeah, Turkey, the country. Oh, okay. Meshech. You possibly could be talking about Moscow or something like that. You see? All right, let's get on back to the scripture. I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. All right. Now let's get on back to it. Share screen. All right, Ezekiel 38. So we just put visuals on these places right here. All right. Ezekiel 38 and 2. Ezekiel 38 and 2. Son of man, set your face against Gog, the land of Magog. Okay. What we say, the land of Magog, and we seen the map circled is basically the area of Turkey. The chief prince of Meshech, all right, which is at the southern tip of Russia, right there. Some say that's Moscow, and to Baal and prophesy against him, and say, "Thus saith the Most High: Behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. And I will turn thee back and put hooks into your jaws, and I will bring thee forth, and all your armies, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, okay, Ethiopia, Libya with them, all of them with shield and helmet. Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarmah of the north quarters, and all his bands, and many people with thee. All right. Y'all now have seen visuals on these so-called biblical lands. Right? It's just biblical names of the lands, and we just connect them with, a modern map. And you can see, oh, that's where all that's coming from. And the majority of these nations that are being mentioned are actually Islamic. Be thou prepared and prepare for thyself, thou and all your company that are assembled unto thee, and be thou a guard unto them. After many days, thou shalt be visited. In the latter years, you shall come into the land that is brought back from the sword, and is gathered out of many people against the mountains of Israel, which have been always waste, but it is brought forth out of the nations, and they, speaking of the children of Israel, and they shall dwell safely, all of them. Thou shalt ascend and come like a storm. Thou shalt be a cloud to cover the land. Thou and all thy bands and many people with thee. Y'all, if you're looking for a future event of Russians invading Israel, all I'm simply saying is, y'all, that's been happening. Where you been at? These Russians just enjoyed, what, 70-something years, 72 years? They're coming up on 70, 72, 73 years. Well, you 73 years late. Like 73 years late. Look at that. Oh man, they about to invade it. They already invaded Israel. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Russians already in there. They've been in there 70 plus years. Thou shalt ascend and come like a storm. Thou shalt be like a cloud to cover the land, thou and all thy bands and many people with thee. Thus saith the Most High, it shall also come to pass that at the same time shall things come into your mind, and thou shalt think an evil thought. And thou shalt say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. Remember that, because we're going to go over Revelation and read it. And thou shalt say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages, and I will go to them that are at rest, that dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates. He's talking about coming against Israel, specifically Jerusalem. Unwalled, dwelling safely, no bars, no gates. Redemption now. Verse 12, to take a spoil and to take a prey, to turn thine hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited, and upon the people that are gathered out of the nations, which have gotten cattle and goods that dwell in the midst of the land. Sheba and Dedan and the merchants of Tarshish, with all the young lions thereof, shall say unto thee, art thou come to take a spoil? Hast thou gathered thy company to take a prey, to carry away silver and gold, to take away cattle and goods, to take a great spoil? Therefore, son of man, prophesy and say unto God, thus saith the Most High, in that day when my people of Israel dwell safely, shall thou not know it? Oh, wait. So right here is where I want y'all to focus on, though. Look at this right here. Verse 11. Look at this verse 11. All right. Look at verse 11. Verse 11 is saying, this is what Gog and all them, the Northern Coalition. This is what they're going to say. And thou shalt say, I will go to the land of unwalled villages, and I will go to them that are at rest, that dwell safely, all of them, dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates, to take a spoil, to rob us, and to take a prey, to hunt us. Turn thy hand upon the desolate places that are not inhabited, and upon the people that are gathered out of the nations, which have gotten cattle and goods that dwell in the midst of the land. Oh, wait. So remember that right there. Remember that. All right. We're about to jump over here to Revelation. Let's go to Revelation 20 and read about this Northern Coalition coming against the land. The Gog and Magog war. What I'm saying, y'all, that can't just be based off because we just waiting for Russia to invade Israel. If that's what you're waiting on, then you're 70-something years late. They've been invaded Israel. Israel been invaded and overran by Russians. Who do you think the Ashkenazi so-called Jews are? They're Russians. That's who and what they are. So it can't just be based off you waiting for them to invade the land. News, they've been up in that land. They've been there. All right. Revelation 20. All right, y'all getting some understanding? Give me a 7 up in the chat. Give me a 7 up in the chat. All right. We gonna talk about it. All right, so what I want to do right here is read this Revelation. All right. We can start at verse 1. We're going to read Revelation 20, verse 1, all the way down to verse 10. All right, 1 through 10. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High. Let's get it done. Bless up, bless up. Okay. All right, I see 7s. All right, good money, good money. All right, let's link. All right, now look at this, Revelation 20. Remember what it said in Ezekiel about how Gog and Magog gonna come against the city of unwalled villages to do them some hunting, all right, to do them some killing and do them some robbing. Because the people who are dwelling in these unwalled villages have been basically redeemed out of all nations. All right, So now you got to ask yourself, all right, if you don't put this thing in its proper time frame, then all type of questions. Who were the people redeemed out of all nations? Was that 1948, the Balfour Declaration? The very declaration that got, Palestine or the land of Israel given over to the Russians? Those calling themselves Jewish? Is that when that was? Was that when they were gathered out of all nations? Also, they dwell in unwalled villages. Not only that, you got to bring into divine intervention dealing with Mashiach. You understand? It's a lot you got to. If you don't put the Gog and Magog in its proper time frame, then unknowingly you could be admitting that Jerry Seinfeld is an Israelite. Ariel Sharon. It's that boy, the Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi. You might as well go in and come on out. If you're saying that's the Gog and Magog war that's happening, then you got to call it the occupying force, who are the majority in the land. You got to call them Israelites. And whoever they roll out to the world as Messiah, you got to accept it. So the reason I'm talking about this is because brothers and sisters got to place this in this proper time period. If you do not place it in the proper time period, you give them the excuse to call themselves Israelites, and whoever they roll out as the Messiah is Mashiach. All right? And I'm talking about the occupying force. I'm not talking about, because it is us. We got plenty of people that live over within our borders. Plenty of our people, absolutely. I'm talking about the occupying force. Like, our people ain't forming no type of legislation or policy or nothing like that. So I'll never say that our people are not in the land, because our people are in the land. But I'm talking about the occupying force that dictate policy, that write legislation, that execute judgments. You feel me? That has international connections and all that. That's what I'm talking about. All right, those are Russians. Now watch this, Revelation 20. Remember, we talking about Gog and Magog, right? If you don't place this in the proper time frame, then you unknowingly you didn't gave the imposters a reason to believe they are Israel. You got to put in this proper time frame. Without doing that, you unknowingly are doing. You are unknowingly saying that the imposter is the chosen, and that whoever they deem as Mashiach is Mashiach. And this is why I say that. Revelation 21, I saw an angel come down from heaven. Now remember, John is in the spirit. He's having a vision, all right? So a lot of things in Revelations, you got to be careful of taking it literal, all right? And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations, or deceive the Gentiles no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season. So 1,000 years have to go down of the adversary being bound. And then he get out on probation just for a little season before he get his final judgment? That would it sound like. Like, he bound, he locked up for 1,000 years, and you get back out and let him loose. All right. All right. But there has to be a time period in this earth where the adversary was bound 1,000 years. All right. Now, if that has not happened, if you can identify that, if you can identify 1,000 years of peace and tranquility, 1,000 years of the adversary being bound, 1,000 years of Mashiach ruling. If you can't identify that, y'all, then that's in front. That's something that has yet to happen. Remember that. All right. Verse 4. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahshua, and for the word of the Creator, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands. and they lived and reigned with Messiah 1,000 years. All right, that's why I was saying, like, we got to put the Gog and Magog in its proper time period, because we got 1,000-year millennial rulership of Messiah, which coincides with 1,000 years of Satan being bound. So either the Gog and Magog war happens before this, does it happen after this? See, that's all you got to ask yourself. Ask yourself, does the Gog and Magog war happen before 1,000 years of Yeshua's reign, or does it happen after? That's where you start. Once you ask that, or ask anybody claiming this is the Gog and Magog war, simply ask them, does that precede the rulership of Mashiach for 1,000 years, or does it come after that? All right? Give me y'all some Jewels. Let me give y'all a few Jewels, you know, because you don't want to put it in the wrong time period. You believe in that, you know, unknowingly you believe that the Russians are the people, and whoever they roll out as Mashiach. See, we got a measuring. We got a measuring stick here. If Messiah ain't reigned for 1,000 years and the devil ain't been bound for 1,000 years, you dig? And the Gog and Magog war don't happen till after the 1,000 years, then you saying Gog and Magog is about to happen right now is off. It got to be off. And I'm talking to my brothers that subscribe to Revelation. Because the brothers that don't subscribe to it, so, you know, I ain't even talking about you did. But, I mean, we can go through Ezekiel and show it's talking about when our people are redeemed out of all the nations. Has that happened yet, brother, who don't believe in Revelation? No, that ain't happened yet. Then how are we saying that the Gog and Magog war is happening now if Israel has not been brought back from the nations? Israel has not been brought back from the nations. So how are we acting like Gog and Magog is happening now? And man, look, unless you want to say that the Russians who invaded the land in 1948 are Israel, that those are the Israelites. You see? Now watch this. Now watch this. And they lived and reigned with Messiah 1,000 years. But the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. So you essentially got those who are martyred, beheaded, martyred for their testimony, refused to bow to the beast and was martyred for it. All right? Well, guess what? They get rulership. They get authority in this earth. All right? And that's the first resurrection. They get authority in this earth for 1,000 years. Look at this. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death have no power. The second death have no power, but they shall be priests of the Most High. So we'll be his, you understand, his mouthpiece. All right. And of Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So let me ask y'all a question. When in world history has Satan been bound 1,000 years, coinciding with 1,000 years of the Messiah's rulership? When does that happen? If that has happened already in history, give me a 1. Then we got to have us a whole nother conversation. If it hasn't happened in history yet, and it's prophecy that has not yet been fulfilled, give me a 2. Give me a 2. Give me a 1 if it's already happened. Messiah ruling for 1,000 years, Satan bound for 1,000 years. Give me a 1 if that's already happened, or give me a 2 for its prophecy that has not yet been fulfilled. One or the other. All right. Now look at this. Satan domed. Ezekiel 20 and 7. Now look what they got in parentheses, y'all. Ezekiel 38. Ezekiel 39. So that means the Bible commentators know that the Gog and Magog war has to happen at a certain time period. It's either before Messiah's 1,000-year rulership or it's after. And as we keep reading, we're going to see. Okay, I see tools. I see tools. All right. It hasn't happened. That's right. That's right. It hasn't happened yet. All right. Excellent answer. Because if you say it did happen, then we got, okay, well, so when was this in history? Messiah had already reigned 1,000 years. We'd have missed that. What a kingdom at. Dang, what a kingdom it could. Hey, I was born when it was all over, huh? Now, look at this. Look at this right here. Revelation 20:7. Satan freed Dome. And when the 1,000 years expires, Satan shall be loosed out of his prisons. Satan get put on parole. And shall go out to deceive the nations, the Gentiles, which are in the four quarters of the earth. Who? Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog. To gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. So the Gog-Magog war, or what's known as Armageddon, happens after Messiah rules for 1,000 years, happens after the first resurrection, happens after those who are martyrs for him get the rulership with him. It happens after that. It don't happen before. So anybody talking about this, the Gog and Magog war, is sadly mistaken. It could be a precursor to World War III, but it's not World War III, not right now as we speak. And every war leading up to World War III is a potential to be that battle that ignites it all. But it's people on YouTube right now saying, y'all, the Israel about to get invaded by the Russians, and this is World War III, this is Armageddon. Gog and Magog, you like, bro, y'all, look, stop trying to, use every opportunity to seem as if you of the deep caliber. Like, slow down. Stop trying to seem as if, like, that you something you not. Slow down. Slow down. None of this is our information. We just researching, going back over what somebody else searched out. But you're unknowingly agreeing to the agenda of the imposters by believing that this is about to happen right now. No, that happens after Mashiach, 1,000 years of rulership. And those who are martyred with him is faithful, 1,000 years of rulership. And the adversary bound for 1,000 years. Y'all, if that ain't happened, then how are we saying that the Gog and Magog war is now? Yeah, there will forever be things that remind you, okay, y'all be heading that way. Stay patient. Getting there. You dig? Stay patient. Look at the signs. But to be out here as if it's over tomorrow, and this is Armageddon, and oh man, it's about to go. Man, look, bro. All right, so when this thing die down, then what? When it die down and back to your regular scheduled programming, then what all the so-called prophets gonna look like? I heard claiming it's Armageddon. No, this deal go down. What you read in Ezekiel 38, y'all, goes down after the 1,000-year millennial reign. And even when we read in Ezekiel 38th chapter, talk about us as a people have been called out of all the nations, dwelling safely. You see that? And they went up on the breadth, talking about Gog and Magog, right? And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about and the beloved city. And fire came down from the Most High out of heaven and devoured them. Right. Most High don't need you to kill nobody. That's how Most High, that's how the real power, the creator, get down. You ain't got to lift a finger. Y'all see this? This is so-called Armageddon or the Gog and Magog war, but it happens after, not prior, post Mashiach's rulership. All right. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. All right. And then you go get into the white throne judgment and all that. You did, but I just want to show y'all that this actually goes down. Let me stop sharing. This actually the Gog and Magog, the Gog and Magog war that's spoken of in Ezekiel 38 that has to do with Russia and all those of the northern quarters. You know what I mean? You're dealing with Russia, you're dealing with the whole confederacy of like Islamic nations. You understand? But that happens after. That happens after 1,000-year rulership, after the adversary had been bound 1,000 years, not before. Not before. Now, if you're saying that it happened before or it's going to happen before we redeem, we ain't even been brought back out of the nations yet. Messiah ain't ruled 1,000 years. His faithful witnesses haven't ruled 1,000 years with him. Satan ain't been bound. The Gog and Magog war happened after that, not before. And if you think it happens before, then you unknowingly are admitting that the Ashkenazi Khazarians are Israel and whoever they roll out as Messiah. Because remember, God ruled with Messiah for 1,000 years. Whoever they roll out as Messiah, you're going to have to accept. See that? So if y'all got some understanding on that so far, give me a Yahoo up in the chat. You know, we ain't trying to lose nobody. It's just something I want to share with the brothers and sisters. Because I've just been sitting back watching, you know, a lot of people with their spiel. And a lot of people either Russian prophecy, right? Because they're just anxious. They're rushing it. You feel me? Or it's an agenda there to like make the people move in a spirit of fear. And that's what you don't want to do. He ain't gave us the spirit of fear. What you getting afraid for? It's the worst that can happen. You can die. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, you already knew that though. You knew that when you was born. Hey, bitch, I gotta get up out of here. Right? So I gotta be getting my grades together now. I gotta get my spiritual grades together now. That's why you're supposed to focus. You're supposed to focus on the oneness of the Creator, us becoming one with the Most High, and loving the next man, woman, and child as if they're you. That's how you rise in the grades. That's the only thing you take with you. That's how you. That the only thing you take with you is your testimony. That's it. What you done did for others in righteousness. It's all you take with you. You being graded on that. Remember reading Revelations, the books get open. So there are angelic forces that document. Now you are guardian angels. Guardian angels document everything that you do. Okay, what you say, Yah? My Peshitta text says China and Mongolia in the place of Gog and Magog. Okay, I've heard that before too. Absolutely, Marcus. Marcus said what you just said about fire coming down from heaven goes with Isaiah 4:5-6. Yah will be a defense to us. I use the script for a lot of things, mainly disproving fake Jews claim. Absolutely, yeah. That's right. We serve the creator of heaven and earth. All right. Absolutely. Life is Jael. My friend, I think Gog and Magog is China and Iran. Okay. That's what's up. So we're definitely not in World War III. Yes, we're going to rule 1,000 years with Messiah, but at the end. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, everybody entitled, man. You know, everybody entitled to, you know, their opinions and how they viewing the scriptures and all that. I'm never the one to argue with nobody about none of that. You feel me? If it is, it is. You feel me? My whole point in bringing it out was to show that this is not that. This is not that. There's a lot of men preaching that with an agenda to make you move in fear. You understand? And that ain't what this thing is about. What are you afraid of? The worst you can die. Okay. I mean, we already knew that. So how would that be different than any other day? You see? So it's either to inspire you or make you move in fear, It's either that or it's either to make you move in fear or it's another agenda at play with that. You know what I mean? Maybe sometimes men want to seem as if they were the first ones to put the videos up and the Most High came and showed me this and all this. Like, okay, that's what's up. If the Most High showing you something, share it. That's what it is. I just simply shared, you know, my perspective on it. Like, I don't believe that's the Gog, Magog, Armageddon war. I don't even think it's World War III. You feel me? What you're dealing with is a promise of warfare signed by the Budapest document in 1994 between the United States and Ukraine. And the United States has promised to be an aid to Ukraine to counter armed criminal action, or, you know, by Russia. That's what you're looking at. So a treaty is nothing but a promise to go to war. Believe that, know that. All right, let me see if I can show that picture again, though. All right, this is the picture I was showing right here about Gog and Magog and all that. Let me show that again for y'all so we kind of see where we at. All right, now let's share that. Wow. Bang, bang. All right, so look at this right here. I just want to show y'all this. This is what you're looking at right here. All right. Coalition of Islamic nations, Ezekiel 38 to 39. You got Russia up here. All right. In the southern, down at its southern border, you got Meshach. All right. Some say Moscow, you know, that's where you at with it. That's where you at with it. Okay. So Magog, you see all that circle. You got Pergamum, Magog or Lydia, Tubal, Gomer, Torgama, Meshach. All right, and all that's basically in the modern area of Turkey. That's what that is. All right, you go a little bit to the north, to the northeast, and you got Russia right there. Georgia, the Caucasus Mountains, and all that. The Black Sea. All right, and then you go south of the circle. You got Israel all the way down there. Israel, Mediterranean Sea. Look how close Israel is to Egypt. Israel is on the African continent. I know a lot of people don't like to admit that, but it's the truth. In biblical time, you walked from Israel or the land of Canaan into Egypt. It's one solid landmass. Like Israel or Jerusalem is closer to Egypt than it is to Russia and Meshach and all that. All right, so you got mixed Arab peoples, and you got Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, Kush, Jerusalem, and you got Put, which is Libya. All right, Muammar Gaddafi and all them. All right, and the modern names of Magog, or that territory of Turkey. You got Turkey, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Azerbaijan, Libya, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan. Also Psalm the 83rd chapter. I want to share that with y'all. All right, Coalition of Islamic Nations, Ezekiel 38 to 39. All right. All right. Okay. China borders Russia, no doubt, no doubt. That's right. That's right. I see that. Okay, so everybody, so as long as y'all got the understanding, and look, and that's just, you know, something that I seen and was like, you know what, bring that out so people can understand. They don't fall victim to the fear mongering. Fear mongering. You feel me? Nehemiah, big homie, I'd have seen you in the back chat. You must have got off. Holler at me when you want to get back on, bro. You know it's all good. Bless up. Bless up. Bless up. All right, let's drop that. And let's talk about the circumcision. Let's get into that. That was a big stir online about that a couple weeks ago. A couple people was mad in their feelings about a few things. But let's just deal with it. Let's just deal with it head on and see where we land. All right. All praise and glory now to the Most High. Ema set apart living. I got a question too, Ema, about the calendar you sent. I seen it got 360 days on it. Like the first course say day one out of 360. I was looking for the 364 days that we was talking about. But let me know if you want to get on and explain it. It's all good. I'll send a link to you. All right. The way it's looking, unleavened bread is April what is it, the 3rd? Is either the 3rd or the 4th. All right, first day of spring or the spring equinox is March the 20th. All right, so we coming into the first day of spring, or what we call the new year. All praises. God and Magog rapture. If you believe in the rapture, vibration, I hear you, player. I hear you. Solomon got next. Solomon who? You know, Solomon got what next? You talking about King Solomon? What do you got next? That's when Christ come, God, and make God rapture. I ain't really seen nothing about no rapture in there. You dig? I do believe there'll be some type of divine gathering, but rapture, the doctrine started by the Pentecostals back in the 1800s, Jack Parham. All right. But hey, if you believe you're gonna go gadget and grow wings and fly out here, I ain't mad at you, player. You dig? I don't think that's biblically sound. I think it's biblically sound. All right, let's get into it though. I want to show a little something. All right, let's get into the circumcision. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Everybody was in an uproar about another man's love muscle. What's wrong with these cats, man? Like, what is y'all? Like, who checking? What is all that about? Going crowd, man, the circumcision and all that. And he's like, bro, look, a lot of y'all bragging on something that you ain't do yourself. You dig? Like, if you were circumcised at 8 days old, I mean, that wasn't under your power. You didn't do that. If you were circumcised at day 8, a lot of us were not circumcised exactly on the 8th day. Some of us wasn't circumcised till we was teenagers. Some of us have sons and they don't even circumcise your sons on the 8th day. You gotta, they circumcise him before he leave the hospital. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, are we arguing over something that we didn't keep ourselves? Like, you didn't keep, if you are circumcised, you didn't cut yourself. All right. And is circumcision necessary for achieving oneness with the Creator? You see what I'm saying? So I just want to touch a few of them. That's another argument. Everybody's arguing over circumcision and everybody about ready to have a heart attack. And the crazy part is, ain't none of these men checking the next brother's love muscle. You dig? I got sons. Yes, my sons are circumcised. I mean, were they circumcised on the 8th day under the, how it says specifically in the Torah? Nah, that ain't happening. I tell you, I ain't saying none of that. What I'm saying is, we're arguing over something that has to do with flesh, nothing to do with spirit. It's not spirit. You did? So, of course, I mean, I'm never against it. Look, my sons are circumcised. You feel me? But men are acting as if circumcision is the key to achieving oneness with the Creator. Stop that. Stop that. Everybody know that's wrong. All right? So I want to show, we're going to go back to Abraham first, since he's the first one on from the biblical narrative, be circumcised. So what about all the righteous men in his line before him? What about Enoch and Shem and Noah and Adam and Enos and Jared and Seth? And, what about all those brothers that wasn't circumcised? The circumcision, and again, y'all, that's the flesh you're talking about. We talking about spiritual progression. That's what we teach over on the channel. Spiritual progression. All right. Ain't nobody around here, right? Yahweh. Ain't nobody around here checking the next man's love muscle. Now we got a rolling circumcision checking squad. Nah, player, that ain't what's happening. All right. Now we got here Genesis 17 to talk about Abraham and the covenant of circumcision. But before Abraham was actually circumcised, the Most High was already in covenant with him. Right? Because his heart was solid. All right, now let me show that first. We're gonna go to Genesis 15. Let's go there first, then we'll jump back to Genesis 17. All right. Genesis 15. I want to show y'all something. Abram promised a son. All right, we're going right out what you call it tonight. And we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. So then when you hear about, you know, where we read in the Gospel of the Nazarenes about circumcision is not necessary when it comes to the kingdom. A physical, anything done, that's like saying a tattoo can benefit your spirit. Anything done with the cutting of the flesh has nothing to do with your spiritual progression. All right. I want to show y'all some of these books too, real quick. Of course, we got the Gospel of the Nazarenes for anybody that's new to the channel. First century gospel, known under many different names: Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of the Ebionites, Gospel of the Holy 12, Gospel of the Nazarenes, many other titles. All right. I got another presentation coming. Matter of fact, I'm putting my slides together now. We're going to go back over all the historical context. For any brothers and sisters that are new that didn't catch, because we did over 200 hours of teaching on this, close to it. All right, so Gospel of the Nazarenes. Now see it edited and restored with historical documentation by Alan Waters and Rick Van Wy. This is a must-have. Very, very. I think I read through this whole damn like a week. I couldn't put it down. This is something that I'm currently reading right here. Church in Crisis. All right, it's by Philip Hughes. This was written like 1960 something. All right, a history of the general councils from 325 to 1870. Y'all, you talking about 1,500 years of Catholic councils or ecumenical councils forming and refurbishing and creating the so-called religion of Christianity. Get this way if y'all get a chance. Very influential. I'm gonna read y'all some of the table of contents. And remember, this is all about the councils. We all know about the Council of Nicaea. We always say that. Council of Nicaea. All right. See, the Council of Nicaea, y'all, it was from 325 AD all the way up into the 19th century. There were Catholic councils or ecumenical councils held. You feel me? And all these councils were instrumental in forming what you know as Christianity today. Look at that. The numbers next to them, y'all, is the dates they happen. All right. First General Council of Nicaea, 325. First General Council of Constantinople, that's in Turkey, 381. All right. The General Council of Ephesus, 431. The General Council of Chalcedon, 451. The Second General Council of Constantinople, 553. The Third General Council of Constantinople, 680 through 681. The Second General Council of Nicaea. Nicaea had more than one council. 787, 500 years later. The Fourth General Council of Constantinople, 869 to 870. The First General Council of, what that say? The First General Council of Lateran. Yep, 1123. The Second General Council of Lateran, 1139. Third General Council of Lateran, 1179. The Fourth General Council of Lateran, 1215. The First General Council of Lyons, 1245. The Second General Council of Lyons, 1274. Look at this. Look at this. We're going to go in. We're going to go into each council, and we're going to show the doctrines that were propagated. Okay? Just present the information. You know, certain people going to get mad, but you know, they be all right. Now, see that? General Council of Vienna, 1311 to 1312. The General Council of, what is that? Constance, 1414. The General Council of Basil Ferrera Florence, 1431. The Fifth General Council of Lateran, 1512. The General Council of Trent, 1545. And the First General Council of the who? The Vatican, 1869 to 1870. Y'all, you're dealing with over 1,500 years of forming Catholic dogma. Yeah, believe that or not. You dig? So check that out right there. It's a lot of information up in that deal. Philip Hughes, Church in Crisis. All right. Got another one for y'all too. This one pretty good. Yeshua, the Cosmic Mystic. A lot of basic common sense in there, though. You know what I mean? Beyond Religion, the Universal Truth, Theodore J. Nottingham. Theodore J. Nottingham. All right. Yeshua, the Cosmic Mystic. Common sense for the most part. All right. Of course, y'all already know. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, baby, or the Recognitions of Clement. Very, very powerful. This, along with the Clementine homilies, very, 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 very powerful. And this for about a year now. Powerful. This is a good one, too. The Lost Religion of Jesus. Well, Yahshua, Simple Living and Nonviolence in Early Christianity. They identifying it as Christianity, but Christianity you had today is a product of all those councils I just read to you. Not what the Messiah was doing. The Messiah was doing something totally different. All right. That's pretty cool, too. They matter of fact, in her, they acknowledge about like how a lot of the prophets wasn't with the sacrificing and the killing of the flesh. All right. Ooh-wee, dagger. That's a dagger there, boy. This deal. Man. Secret initiation of the Messiah at Qumran, the Dead Sea. You know, with the Essenes and all that. They find the Dead Sea Scrolls. This deal got some firepower in it. All right. The Essene Mysteries of John the Baptist is by Robert Feather. All right, check that out there. The Secret Initiation of Jesus at Qumran. And then one of our historical Nicene and post-Nicene fathers, you know, just more the fathers of the church historians. All right. Men like Theodoret, Jerome, Gennadius, Rufinus, and all that. All right. Excellent readings. Goes all the way back to Jerome was like the 3rd or 4th century, something like that. So during the Nicene era and after that, because remember, they were forming Christianity through councils. All right. Let me see if I can get y'all something out of here. Show y'all about. I got slides of all this too. Let's see if I can find where they was talking about the life of illustrious men. This was a good one. We got into James, the brother Messiah, and all that. I think this is in that video, the second video I did that we got saved up in the the Facebook group. Right, we got 3 videos going over all the historical evidence of the Nazarene movement and all that. Are y'all talking about this right here? Nicene and post-Nicene Fathers, 2nd series. Some daggers up in there. Keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real with you with some daggers. Big history. You start looking at things from a historical lens and not necessarily from literature. Sometimes you arrive at a different conclusion. Like, you know what? I ain't even sure about that. different views about the Messiah. Matter of fact, it's the Ebionites or Nazarenes right here. Theodoret, the Ebionites, the Nazarenes. This is on page 20. And then all page 21 is about everybody's different view about the Messiah, specifically his incarnation. And I showed that one and this one right here, Bow. It's the Secret Initiation of Jesus at Qumran by Robert Feather. All right. The Essene Mysteries of John the Baptist. And this book is over 400 pages. Over 400 pages. So yeah, check those out when y'all get a chance. Sometimes I go into the stash and get to pulling out the daggers, and we get it done. All right, let's go ahead and talk about some circumcision, though. Let's talk about it. All right. The Nazarite vow. Yes, I mean, some brothers feel a need to be forced into taking a Nazarite vow or whatnot. I personally don't feel that you should be forced into doing any of it. You know what I mean? The code of the Nazarenes or the Essenes and all that is real basic and common. Especially when you read out the gospel of the Nazarenes, it straight tell you like the code. I'll show you what the code is. All right, we're gonna get into when the Messiah break down the 10 Commandments. All right. So we break down the 10. So I don't feel you should be forced into any of it. All right. I personally don't. There's brothers that disagree with me on that. Certain brothers that have taken the Nazarite vows and all that. I mean, I ain't mad at you. Do your thing. But I don't feel anyone should be forced into taking any type of vow that just don't sit right with their spirit. The Church in Christ's book, the author is Marcus. You probably gonna read this in one day, player. I know you are. You ain't gonna be able to put this deal down. Philip Hughes. Philip Hughes. All right, Philip Hughes. The Church in Crisis. The History of the General Councils from 325 to 1870. Y'all get that. That's what I'm mainly going to be coming out of here when I put the presentation, the PowerPoint together, going over each council. Showing y'all Christianity was formed. Did. But y'all, may I hope that helped you out. I don't feel nobody should be forced into taking anything that just don't sit well with their spirit. But, matter of fact, let's pull it up. But there is a code to living a Nazarene or an Essene way of living. All right. And that code is about universal truth. So let me pull it up. I got you. Let's go ahead and read all that together. Dig. Bang, bang, bang. Here we go. Let's pull it up. Let my screen catch up. Let's read the code of being a Nazarene. Let's read that. Let's read the code. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. I could just read it to y'all out the book, but I ain't gonna do that. I want y'all to be able to see it as well. All right. Bang, bang, bang. Come on, what you doing? Still running slow. Come on, player. All right, so while it's pulling up, I'm going to go ahead and read it to y'all. And if it pull on up, we all good. All right. All right, this is Gospel of the Nazarenes, chapter 46, Transfiguration on the Mount, the giving of the law. All right. You know about Matthew 17 when the Messiah transfigures, right? Chapter 46, verse 7. And Messiah said to them, behold, a new law I give to you, which is not new but old, even as Moses gave the 10 commandments to Israel after the flesh, so also I restore them to you for the kingdom of the true Israel after the Spirit. For who are the true Israel? Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness, love, and have mercy, and keep the commandments of the law. These are the true Israel. And standing, Yahshua spoke, saying, Hear, O Israel, the Creator is one. The Creator is one. Many are my seers and my prophets. In me all live and move and have substance. Verse 10, commandment number 1. You shall worship the one eternal, unbegotten Creator, of whom are all things made. Flat out. Flat out. This is all about getting you in right standing with the Most High, with the Creator. All right? Nothing wrong with it. That's what you need to know. All right? So this is showing that Messiah came to restore, even though he say it's new, it's old, because this really is what the universal truth is all about. It's the ancient path. All right? And that is all about. Any true teacher will point you back to the Most High, point you back to the Creator of all. Right? Not for you to sit around and worship your teacher or your camp leader, none of that. Like if he's real, look, even an angel, if you ever had visitation, you'll have one day. You dig? Even an angel that comes to you should be bigging up the Most High. I thought the word says try the Spirit. Remember, it was men who bowed to certain angels, and the angel was like, don't do that. I'm your brother. I worship the Creator too. You dig? I'm your brother. I'm just an exalted brother. See, so whether it's man or whether it's celestial, angel, if they are true, if they are sent by a true God or sent by the Creator, you understand, then that messenger, whether in the flesh or in the spirit, will be pointing you toward the worship of the Most High and not themselves. All right. Commandment 2, verse 11. You shall not take away the life of any creature. See, this is the Nazarene way of living. You should not take away the life of any creature, nor yet torment. See that? See that? Now, what are they doing in them slaughterhouses? Raping these animals, torturing these animals. See, that's against the way if you follow Messiah of Nazareth. No, the code is you're not supposed to take away the life of any creature. Any creature. Only way you allowed to put a creature down is if it's in so much pain, but you still got to send it out of here in love, or that animal is coming to attack you. But even then, you're not supposed to send that animal up out of here in anger. All right, in love. All right, you should not take away the life of any creature, nor yet torment it. You shall cherish and protect the weak, the oppressed, and all creatures that suffer wrong. Look at that. You were commanded to protect the weak and the oppressed. All right. And all creatures. You shall not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. Look at this. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which brings disorder to your health or senses. This is all about health too. This is about health. Are you serious? You're not supposed to be chewing on animals or none of that. Let me be the first to say I'm not the one to act as if I'm better than anybody because I don't chew on animals anymore. You know what I mean? But you know, we as people, we got a solution for you. Because eventually, you know, you're gonna be inflamed and you're gonna have to holler at the brothers that know about healing. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think I'm better than anybody just because I don't do certain things. You feel me? I'm here for you. Like, you may be jammed up in the body one day and may need somebody to pray for you or you know, suggest to you certain herbs or a certain meal plan. You understand? Hey, I'm here for you. I'm not the one to act like I'm better than you. And I just last year, I was chewing on animals. Passover coming up, chewing on animals. So who am I to act as if I'm better than you? You understand? But I will say, once the understanding came and once I saw it, once the brothers started saying, like, man, look, we got to come on outside with that. All right? So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't want y'all thinking that we feel as if we're better than the next brother or sister because they still chewing on animals. Feel me? We just heard to tell you the animals is not made for you to be chewing on them. They have a specific purpose that must be fulfilled. And right now, this is murder. This is torture. You understand? And we can't afford to be stacking sin on top of sin. That's all I'm saying. Like, y'all, we straight complicit in murder. That's what's happening. All right. So I don't think I'm better than anyone because I don't chew on animals anymore. But I'm always open to have a conversation and show you why, from the scripture, why it's unclean and you shouldn't be chewing on it. Now, every man and woman got to live off their own convictions. So, you know, you got to make your own decision about that. You feel me? But I'm not walking around here like the groovy guru thinking I'm better than anybody because I don't chew on animals no more. Nah, that ain't what that's about. All right. In the end, we all gonna get there. You get there. You'll get there one way or another. You'll get to perfection. You'll get where the Most High, you feel me, created you to inherit. You'll get there. You get there. You see, it's about progression, though. Make sure you're growing. You don't want to be falling. Grow in this thing, all right? So 1, 2, 3. That's 4 laws so far. Law commandment 4, given by the Nazarene Messiah, is you should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which brings disorder to your health or senses. We got a lot to work on, don't we? Disorder to your health and senses, hey, a lot can fall up under that. All right? You got a lot to work on, don't we? All right, commandment number 5 from the Nazarene Messiah. You shall eat the fruits and herbs of the earth. You shall eat the fruits and herbs of the earth, and working in the law, live long in the land. You see this? Verse 15. You shall not make impure marriages. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Commandment number 6. You should not make impure marriages where love and health are not. Look at that. The Nazarene Messiah is saying you're not even supposed to be marrying where it ain't about love and it's not about health. Yeah. You heard the phrase health is wealth. You didn't heard that a lot because that's true. He made you to enjoy, you understand, creation before you inherit the realm of many mansions. In my Father's house of many mansions. I wouldn't have said it if it wasn't so. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. So that's commandment 6. You should not make impure marriages where love and health are not, nor yet corrupt yourselves or any creature. Verse 16. Commandment number 7. You shall revere your fathers and mothers and all the teachers of righteousness. All right. Yeah. So men and women teach. All right. Now, the women are our first teachers coming into this earth. So you're a natural teacher. I mean, it may not be to lead, sir, but you teach in your own capacity. You know what I mean? And for the stand-up sisters, salute. I salute those that are all about raising up. You understand? And raising up our nation, or raising up all the oppressed, raising them up in spirit. All right, I'm with all that. All right, look at this. Commandment number 8. You shall not bear false witness, nor willfully deceive any, nor yet covet or steal their goods. You can't lie, you can't deceive, you can't covet nor steal from them. All right, this is the Nazarene way of life. All right, now for any of the brothers that took Nazarite vows, I ain't mad at you. That's what's up. That's what's up. Stand on it though. Stand on it. But every brother or sister should not be pressured into taking a Nazarite vow because you see brothers taking Nazarite vows. All right. Me personally, I don't make no move unless my spirit feel it. All right? I'm not making a move based off what another man say or feel. All right. I gotta be convinced within my own spirit before I take the step. Say, oh, okay. But you don't gotta take no Nazarite vow to be in good standing with the Most High. You understand? These are the laws as stipulated by our Nazarene Messiah. All right. Commandment number 9. You should purify yourselves daily and rest the 7th day. Wash your rear end. You're supposed to clean yourself daily. Look at that. And commandment 10, you shall not do unto others as ye would that others should not do unto you. Real basic. Real basic. Real basic. Ain't hard at all. See that? Ain't hard at all. All right. So look, let's drop that. That was because somebody asked about the Nazarite. Yameh asked about the Nazarite vow. And for any brothers or sisters that have taken a Nazarite vow, salute. But that Nazarite vow is not predicated to achieving oneness with the Creator. That's all I'm saying. Like some people that jumped on them. I bet. Go ahead and do it, bro. Stand on it. You feel me? But that's not, that's not needed, or you don't have to take a Nazarite vow to be a disciple or a follower of the Nazarene Messiah. Right? If that makes sense, give me a follow-up in the chat. All right. Let's get into this Genesis 15. I want to show Abraham. Abraham was not circumcised in Genesis the 17th chapter. All right. But in Genesis the 15th chapter, the Most High made a covenant with him of faith, his belief, his faith with his works. All right. Let's share this. I want to show that because there's been a big stir online about circumcision. And it's like, bro, come on now. Ain't none of y'all who checking who love muscle. Who gonna sign up for that job? I'll be looking at you weird on that one. Boy, what is you doing tripping off the next man love muscle fuck? So ain't got nothing to do with you. Like, you feel me? Whether he rise or fall, that's between him and his Creator, man. Whether he rise or fall, these men act like they got a Roman circumcision crew. Come on, man, stop that. All right, Genesis 15:1. I want to show y'all this. All right, Abram promised a son. After these things, the word of the Creator came unto Abram in a vision, saying, "Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward." All right, so the Most High told Abram, who became Abraham, our father, that I am your shield. All right, not some type of symbol, not some type of doctrine and none of that, but your belief and faith in me makes me your protection. All right, and your exceeding great reward. Plenty of benefits in serving the Creator. All right. Abram said, Most High, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus? So he's like, look, I don't even have an heir. I don't even have an heir. If I was to die right now, everything is going to my servant, my steward. Basically, the supervisor over my goods is Eleazar of Damascus. He's a faithful servant. But nonetheless, he didn't come out of my loins. Verse 3. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed. And lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Most High came unto him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own bowels shall be your heir. This is all about the heir of Abraham, who's going to inherit and finish and continue with what the Most High gave and promised to Abram. All right. So he's promised that, your heir gonna come out your bowels. It's not somebody that was born in your house. All right. It's not your steward. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven and tell the stars, if you be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall your seed be. Look at this. So he's making a promise to Abram. Told him to look toward the heaven and tell the stars. You can count them. Identify them stars and count them. If you be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall your seed be. Your seed shall be as numerous as these celestial bodies called stars in the heavens. Now, remind you, this man is not even circumcised yet. And already the Creator is going into covenant with him. All right. Verse 6. And he, Abram, believed the Most High, and he counted it to him for righteousness. You see that? Because he had faith in what the Most High promised him. Told him, if you can count them stars, that's how your seed gonna be. And based off his belief, he didn't waver and stagger at what the Most High had promised him. It was counted to Abram for righteousness. This is one example of Abram being in covenant with the Creator, and he's not even physically circumcised yet. If y'all understand that, give me a 9 up in the chat. Y'all know I ain't trying to lose nobody. Give me a 9 in the chat if you understand that the Most High just promised Abraham, who didn't have one child, that his seed would eventually be equal or equivalent to the stars that light up the heavens. And he's not even circumcised yet. If y'all understand that, drop that on up in that chat right there. Give me a 9 up in the chat. You feel me? And look, I'm not the one you know what I mean? I'm not the one that'll tell you not. Don't hell no. Nah, that ain't me. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to make you believe and you know, because it say this. Look, you gonna make, at the end of the day, somebody can read to you until they are blue in the face. At the end of the day, you are only gonna make a move based off your conviction. You see that? He's already in covenant with our forefather. And guess what? No flesh has been cut yet. He's still uncircumcised. Now, that's not something that's not us speaking against circumcision. That's us just pointing out what's written in the biblical narrative. Has the Most High gone into covenant with the righteous who were not circumcised? That's just, that's a fair question. They ain't telling you if you feel convicted to get your son circumcised not to do it, right? But we can't act like this is not in there. That's in there. That's in there. He's in covenant with him. He just made a promise to him about not having no children, to having children that'll be as numerous as the celestial bodies called stars that light up the heavens. And Abraham believed it as an old man. It was reckoned unto him for righteousness. Righteousness by who? He's declared righteous by the Almighty, and he's uncircumcised. See, we can cut through all the, the red tape. We can cut right through all the back and forth and, oh man, look, whatever. Was this man considered righteous by the Most High? Uncircumcised. And if he was, then our understanding that circumcision is necessary to achieve oneness or to be deemed righteous in the eyes of the Most High, you got to go back to the drawing board with that. I go back to the drawing board with that. Because he just made a covenant with our forefather and he's not even circumcised. He just declared him righteous and he ain't even circumcised yet. But you got men mad. Like, oh man, that's what you feel about circumcision? Like, bro, calm down with all that. For one, who checking the next man love muscle? For two, you act as if the creator of heaven and earth has not made a covenant and deemed men righteous who were not circumcised. And three, you act like this is needed for oneness. Ain't none of y'all checking. And if you bragging about yourself being circumcised, you didn't do it. So you bragging about something your parents or your guardians did on you. And you don't even know if it was the 8th day. More than likely it wasn't. If you're born here in Babylon, more than likely you was not circumcised on day 8. You want to argue. Oh, this is a terrible day in Israel, being a Hebrew sovereign nationalist. You're like, man, sit down somewhere with all this. All right, so his perspective on circumcision don't align with yours. This man running around tagging everybody. He and all, man, this is a bad day. These false doctrines. And like, dang, what's a false doctrine? What you talking about? Circumcision. You're like, oh, okay. Well, they've been arguing about circumcision, Jack. You ain't know that? They've been arguing about that. Everybody's perspective is not the same. Everybody's perspective on any topic in the scripture is not necessarily the same. These men ain't running around checking the next man's love muscle. You understand? That ain't happening. For sure it ain't happening. I don't know a man is going to let you check his love muscle. So we got to get past it. We got, the brother got a different perspective on what circumcision is. He just don't see that the cutting of flesh, spilling blood is a prerequisite to enter the kingdom. Just don't feel that. Okay, the brother got a right to feel like that. That's what's up. All right, but look at this. What you say, Nehemiah? Likely people wasn't under the mindset of an Israelite at your circumcision. Exactly, bro. We're bragging about the cutting of a love muscle. No. We not even gonna allow you to turn this into nothing like that. But we will go through and show. All right. So we saw one example so far. All right. We saw one example so far of the creator of heaven and earth being in covenant with a man, which is one of our righteous forefathers, and he wasn't even circumcised yet. Eventually he got circumcised, but guess what? Who circumcised him? He circumcised himself. So you bragging about Genesis 17 as if any of y'all, you ain't cut yourself. Stop it. You bragging about something you didn't do. Abraham cut himself when he was told cut himself. What you do? Oh, okay. Genesis 13 is where we going next. All right. All right, Genesis 13. What a bragging on somebody's love muscle. All right, let's stop all that, man. All right. Now we in Genesis 13 and 14. All right, we show one example so far of the Most High being in covenant and deeming Abraham righteous, and it was not predicated upon the cutting of the flesh. All right. Genesis 13 and 14. This is when Abraham's shepherd is to, for all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to your seed forever. Look at this. He ain't even circumcised yet. And the Most High is promising him in chapter 15, he promised him a son. Right? In chapter 13, he's promising him land. Uncircumcised. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. He compared Abraham's seed in chapter 15 to the stars of covenant, made with our forefather in his circumcision, declared righteous in his uncircumcision, should I say. Declared righteous in it. In uncircumcision. So, you know, it ain't like, you know, we the ones that tell you, brother, no, if I was you, no. Well, brother, if I was you, do it. Like, look, I'm not the one to tell you. You reading the same Bible I'm reading. However you convicted to move by the Spirit of the Most High, all I'm going to tell you is your brother, if the Most High is convicting you to get something done or to sit back on something, either get it done or sit back on it. You don't need validation from Malaki or Nehemiah or any of the brothers. You got to get back to listening to the Almighty yourself. Just what it is. So he made another covenant with him. And this was about his seed being as numerous. Then shall thy seed also be numbered. Look at that. Look at that. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. And Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Creator. My sound went out. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me. And give me a 1 if I can be heard. Bless up. Give me a 1 if I can be heard. If I can be heard, give me a 1 up in the chat. Bless up. Bless up. Sis say your sound went out. I can be heard. All right, cool. Let's work. So by the time we get all the way up to Genesis the 17th chapter, this is when Abraham finally is circumcised. But here's the key. Here's the kicker. Abraham circumcised himself. These men running around here bragging about something they ain't did themselves. You ain't did it yourself. Why? What's up? You bragging about something. You bragging about something you didn't do. You bragging about something your parents did for you. And more than likely was not the 8th day. And like my Nehemiah say, was not even under the vibration of being an Israelite. Being one of the Most High's people. You see that? All right. So Abraham, and then trip about how old Abraham was. So if he didn't get circumcised on day 8, that means he's in violation of that law. Because he didn't get circumcised on day 8. He got circumcised at the age of 99 years old. Oh man. Got circumcised at 99. So Abraham didn't keep, even though we know he kept the law, statutes, and commandments, he didn't keep the 8th day circumcision law. Because Abraham was not circumcised into the age of 99. And I'm here to tell you the majority of the Israelites running around here bragging about that they were circumcised, were not circumcised on the 8th day under an Israelite custom. Oh, they weren't. No, they weren't. So stop bragging about something that you don't fulfill. One, you don't fulfill that. It was not no day 8 for thou. Your parents was not up under no Israelite vibration and holding on to the culture and the covenant. Nah. So how are you bragging about something that you didn't do, that you didn't fulfill? How? It became a doctrine of the love muscle. Like, come on, man, stop that. Stop that. It's now one of y'all checking. We're going to get into the higher aspects of circumcision in a second, all right? All right, let me assure. Let us see my brothers and sisters in the building. Bless up, baby. People about ready to bust a blood vessel. The brother may have a different perspective about circumcision. Well, these perspectives been in the Bible. Y'all do know that, right? This ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new that, you know, circumcision has a higher spiritual understanding. It's a higher spiritual understanding of circumcision, for y'all that don't know that. It's not even really about the flesh. All right. Genesis 17:1. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, he's 99. The Most High appeared to Abram and said to him, I am the almighty power. Walk before me and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and the Most High talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a mighty one unto thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their power. And the Almighty said unto Abram, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. Right, talking to Abraham. Now, Abraham is not 8 days old. He's 99. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. Verse 12. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed. So this goes to everybody that comes through Abraham's loins or anyone attached to his house. And as we keep reading, you'll see Abraham cut himself. He cut himself. All right. And then you start seeing how, you know, he get into it and all that. And then talk about how Isaac is going to come. Sarah laughs, you know, all that extra. You dig? But right there is a covenant. That covenant finally came, y'all, when Abraham was 99, though. He's not 8 days old. All right. So again, I'm not the one to tell you don't get your son circumcised, but let's stop acting like circumcision is a prerequisite to achieve oneness with the Creator. Let's stop acting like we all circumcised ourselves at 8 days old. Let's stop acting like we fulfilled it. Let's stop acting like our parents circumcised us under Israelite vibration at 8 days old. Stop that. Because none of that's true. None of it's true. So if that didn't happen to you, then guess what law you didn't keep? Guess what law you didn't keep? The 8-day law of circumcision. Also, if circumcision is so much about the flesh, how can a woman be circumcised? So the circumcision principle does not apply to the sisters. Even though you have certain African cultures that circumcise women, they remove that deal down there on y'all. They remove that deal. You see? So if circumcision is strictly all about the flesh, how can a woman ever be circumcised? All right. Now, watch this. So we got that, and we understand that the law is about 8 days. But we also recognize that the Most High was already in covenant with Abraham and deemed him righteous. You feel me? And deemed him righteous before he was circumcised. All right. So we're not going to act like we're not reading it. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Let's go back to Genesis 15 and 18. Remember, he's not even circumcised yet. He's not even circumcised yet. Genesis 15 is when the Most High told Abram, go out there and tell the stars, if you can count them, so shall your seed be. He already deemed them righteous. So then the brother gonna say, well, it didn't say nothing about a covenant, though. So you making up stuff. Well, let's go back to Genesis 15 and jump down to the end of the chapter. All right. The very day where he told him, tell the stars and number them if you can, so shall your seed be. And Abram believed the Almighty, and it was accounted unto him for righteousness. That very same day, right? So the Creator already then declared Abraham righteous while he's uncircumcised. Right? No matter how much we read about the law of 8-day circumcision, that fact ain't going nowhere. The Creator has been in covenant with men who are uncircumcised. Noah and them. Come on now. Shem. Enoch. Enoch was what they call that? Transfigured. Not transfigured. Enoch was taken from this realm into the next. He walked with the Almighty. Uncircumcised. Circumcision is about the flesh, but we talking about spiritual progression. We talking about growth in the spirit. You see that? Now look at this, Genesis 15 and 18. In that same day, or in the same day, the Creator made a covenant with Abram. The very day he told him, tell the stars and count them if you can. So shall your seed be. Abram believed the Almighty and was reckoned unto him for righteousness. That day, in the same day, the Creator made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So if you see that's a covenant while he's uncircumcised, give me an 8 up in the chat. All right. All right. Nehemiah, Nehemiah, what did you over there talk about, man? Going off. Going off. All right, let's show some deeper aspects of the circumcision. All right. We're going to show what the Most High is concerned with. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Let's go to Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. Still in the Bible, ain't we? You ain't reading the Bible no more. Who ain't reading the Bible? What you talking about? You're going off. What you mean you ain't reading the Bible no more, man? All right, Deuteronomy 10, we're going to start at verse 12. All right. Yeah, Nehemiah self-circumcised. He cut himself. These men ain't doing that. These men are around here bragging and want to make long videos because a brother may have a different perspective about circumcision. And the brother may be like, I ain't circumcising my sons. I don't see the need to. They about ready to blow up blood vessel. Like, bro, what is wrong with you? Stop it. I'm saying way deeper. All right. Way deeper. All right, so we all good. All right. So let's go show what the circumcision means on a higher level. Let's go show what the Most High is concerned with. That's right, Imam, with no anesthesia either. Because get it how you live. You know what I mean? Well, I maybe show y'all that Jacob and Esau movie that's on YouTube. Yeah, the Jacob Esau movie, and then you remember when the Shechemites and all them, Shechem had raped Dinah, and then Jacob and them made a covenant with them not to kill them, but they all had to be circumcised. I might show that before we get out of here today. There's a movie called forgot the name of the movie, but it's a movie. It's in French, so you got to read the captions. But it's about Jacob and Esau. You dig? And they brothers, like they straight brothers, Judah and all them, like all them around. You dig? And but I'm saying that because wait till I show y'all how horrific they were circumcising back in the day, man. Like what? Y'all gonna be like, oh no, dog. You know what I mean? Hold on, man. All right, I'm gonna show it. Let me finish some of this though. Because my question is, how can sisters ever claim to be circumcised if it's just strictly about the love muscle? If it's strictly about the love muscle, how can a sister ever claim to be circumcised or in covenant with the Almighty? You know what I mean? All right, Deuteronomy 10 and 12. And now Israel, what doth the Most High require of thee, but to fear the Most High, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Most High with all your heart and with all your soul. That's right. to keep the commandments of the Most High and his statutes, which I command thee this day for your good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Most High's, the earth also with all that therein is. Only the Most High had delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Verse 16. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. Look at that. What do you mean circumcise the foreskin of your heart? Not your love muscle. Your heart. Your heart. What is heart in the Ibrit?
Strong's H3824. Levav.
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 All right. Or lab. That's the Hebrew word for heart, right? Now look what it means. Circumcise the foreskin of your inner man. It's your spirit. Circumcising the foreskin of your heart has to do with you operating in the spirit of the Almighty. You know, behavior indicative to his kingdom. See, to circumcise the foreskin of your heart means that you are striving to achieve oneness with the Almighty. It has to do with your inner man, which is your spirit, your soul, your conscience. Moral character. Look at his heart. Moral character. See that? Conscious. Look at this. Conscious. Mind, knowledge, thinking, reflection, memory. Meaning, you know, you no longer can you hide behind your Israelite culture. You got to really change within. Because that's who you are, your spirit. Right? You have a body, but you're a spirit or a soul. You have a body though. Not, oh, I have a soul. No, that's who you are. You are a soul and spirit. What you have temporarily right now is a body, a physical body. So this is all about getting your spirit vibrating on the right frequency. That's what it's about. Circumcision of the heart is about you displaying the character of the Creator. And by doing that, shows him that you are willing to achieve oneness with him. All right. Circumcision of the heart. All right. Meaning, guess what? You're showing through your spirit or your soul that you are in covenant with the Creator. You strive to display his character. You feel me? And you love the next man, woman, and child as yourself, showing that you're striving to be in oneness with him. That's what circumcision of the heart is all about. You're the real you. All right? So that's in the Torah. That's in the commandments. It's actually a commandment to circumcise the foreskin of your heart and stop being rebellious. You see that? Stop being rebellious. The inner man is your spirit. You can't hide behind no Israelite cultures, but be a black, dark, diabolical spirit and think the Most High is accepting that because your love muscle was carved on at 8 days old. No, you're not about to play the Creator. You're not about to play him. Circumcision is higher. The understanding of circumcision is higher than the flesh. It's about getting your spirit correct. Right? And that's something we all are in progress of. That's what we doing. Every day, checking ourselves, checking our surroundings, displaying the character of the Almighty. You know, loving our neighbors if they are us. You know, looking to receive in order to share and give. All right, that's a commandment right there. Now, how many people even quote that command? You even quote that. You know, it's a commandment to circumcise the foreskin of your heart and stop being rebellious. You see that? Circumcise the foreskin of your heart. All right, drop that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 6. Deuteronomy 6. Deuteronomy 6. Everybody talking about shit, somebody else's love, man. What is wrong with these men? I'm like, bro, come on now. Nah, I'm not finna argue with none of y'all about none of that. Now, we can go, you can get these precepts though. We can go through it. Now, we still in the Torah talking about this. All right, you can get these precepts though. That's real easy. Flip right through and just talk about it. All right. Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel. The Most High Yahweh is one power. All right. And thou shalt love the Creator with all your heart, never that heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart. You see that? You got to lay the commands of the eternal, you got to lay the commands of the Father in your heart. So you circumcise your heart. Being obedient. Stop being stiff-necked and rebellious. Stop being a scheming, diabolical Negro. Always trying to get over or something like that. Stop that. Because that's who you are. You are your spirit. Spirit and soul is who you are. All right. There's a commandment to circumcise the foreskin of your heart. All right. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shall walk and shall talk of them when thou sittest in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. Between your eyes represents your mind or your heart. The heart ain't talking about what pumping your chest. It's talking about this, your seat of intellect. All right. The frontlets of your eyes is up here. Well, they talk about the pineal gland and all. That's the frontlets of your eyes. It's in the middle of your head, above your eyebrows. All right. So that's just metaphor talk, saying that, you know, circumcision of the heart, you know, being obedient to the commandments is you having the commands of the Almighty on your mind at all times. Right. Wait. So we got circumcised the foreskin of your heart. These words shall be in your heart. Y'all see that? Now watch this. See, this is what the Most High is dealing with. All the men just talking about physical circumcision. That's where they stop at, but they never get down into the spiritual implication of what's really being said. They never get to that. They never get to that. Nobody ever does. All right. Next scripture I'm gonna go to is Jeremiah the 9th chapter. Jeremiah 9. All right. Let's get into it. You know what I mean? Just various topics today, talking about little taste. Start off talking about Russia and Ukraine, Gog, Magog, and about how we shouldn't be putting that in the wrong time space. Because when you put it in the wrong time space, you are unknowingly declaring that the Russian Ashkenazi imposters are Israelites, and that who they deem as Messiah is him. All right. Jeremiah 9. We're going to read 24 through 26. Y'all get some understanding? Give me an 8 up in the chat. And that's right. The flesh profits nothing. It is the spirit that quickens. One brother I talked to was like, man, they're gonna brand you a heretic. I'm like, man, I ain't tripping off what nobody gotta say, man. What that mean to me? I ain't tripping off what nobody gotta say. All right. Everybody got to make their moves based off their own convictions, man. That's just what it is. All right. We ain't out here being diabolically wicked. I'll tell you that. We're not out here plotting to get over on our people. None of it. None of it. Pure intentions over this way. All right. Let's drop that. Jeremiah 9. That's where we at. Jeremiah 9, we're going to start at verse 24. But let him that glory in this, that he understand and knoweth me, that I am the Almighty, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Creator. Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will punish all them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised. Most I said they coming, everybody getting hit. What you talking about? Everything comes in the judgment. You go bragging about your love muscle. They coming, everybody getting hit. What are you saying? What are you saying? The day is coming when everybody gonna be punished, whether you serve. So that proves right there that physical circumcision is not predicated on achieving oneness with the Creator. It's not, because those that are circumcised wouldn't fall up under the category of being punished. Y'all see that? Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will punish all them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised, Egypt and Yahudah, you Israelites, and Edom, and the children of Ammon, and Moab, and all that are in the utmost corners that dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel, and all of the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart. Meaning they're not fulfilling the commandment in Deuteronomy 10 and 16. Believing Israelite culture gonna save you. Believing 8-day circumcision gonna save you, when the Most High like that ain't gonna save you. I'm punishing everybody that's circumcised and the uncircumcised, from the physically uncircumcised Gentile nations down to the Israelites who are uncircumcised in their heart. I mean, they're operating in a heathen, diabolical spirit. You see that? Circumcision of the heart. This is actually a concept even Paul understood this. Let's go to let's pull out some of these just to be fair. Because even Paul understood this. All right. Oh, Paul, Saulus. You know, there's some things in here though that you can't just go all out and say everything he said was wrong, but he even understood this. All right, I'm gonna go to Romans 2, 28 and 29. All right, 28 and 29. He understood it. Because it was coming up back then too about the circumcision. Even when Paul went to Jerusalem and had to check in with James and them. All right, one of the topics was circumcision. And James and them stood up and said, "Don't trouble them amongst the Gentiles who are turned to the Almighty. Hey, but teach them to stay away from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from things with blood, and from fornication." But circumcision was on the table too, because it was some zealous brews back then that they was checking love muscles. All right. So even Paul understood this. He even understood the concept of circumcision of the heart. Romans 2, 28 and 29. For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh. Look at that. So he ain't saying nothing wrong. That's the truth. How do we know that, y'all? Because we just read it. Deuteronomy 10, 12 through 16. Deuteronomy 6, 4 through 6. We show in Jeremiah 9 and the prophets about how all Israel is uncircumcised in the heart. Jeremiah 9, 25 and 26. Now we in Romans. And this is allegedly Paul writing this. And he's saying the same thing. Neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh, but he is a Yahudi, which is one inwardly. And circumcision is that of the heart, in the spirit, and not in the letter, whose praise is not of men, but of the Almighty. See, he even understood that right there. Circumcision ain't got to do with your flesh. Y'all stuck on the flesh. Nah, he like, nah. Circumcision is that of the heart in the spirit. It's a spiritual circumcision. It's a spiritual discernment. It's you putting on the characters and divine attributes of your Father, the Creator, and displaying that. All right, being obedient to the command, being obedient to the voice of the Almighty. That's someone who was circumcised, like Abraham. Before Abraham was ever physically circumcised, he had it spiritually. Most High told him, what? Leave your land of nativity right now. Out of here. Out of here. See? He was not disobedient. I'm out of here. All right? So even this concept of spiritual circumcision of the heart and in the spirit, even Shaul or Paul understood that. You see that? Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Somebody mad about something. The Most High always looks at the heart. That's what he's looking for. All right? You're looking at a man's spirit. All right? You ain't looking at the man's muscles. You're looking at your spirit, your heart. Go to 1 Samuel 16. That's what he's looking at. 1 Samuel 16, I'm going to jump on down to 7. All right, 1 Samuel 16, I'm going to jump down to verse 7. This is about King Dawid being anointed by Samuel. All right, 1 Samuel 16 and 7. But the Most High said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance or on the height of his stature, because I have refused him. See that? You're like, look, if you're looking for my anointed based off, man's understanding, you're going to miss. You're going to miss who I done chose. Because I have refused him. For the Creator seeth not as man seeth. For man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Creator, the Most High, looketh on the heart. You see why your heart got to be circumcised? Because that's what the Most High is checking for. He's checking. He ain't checking for your love muscle. He's checking on that heart. He's checking on your mind. He's checking on your spirit man, your inner man. That's what he's checking for. Men checking on love muscles. The Creator is checking for that heart, that mind, that spirit, that conscience. That's what he's checking for. To see if you're obedient or you're rebellious. That's what he's checking for. Big hoopla over something you ain't do yourself. The big hoopla. None of these men circumcised themselves. None of these men were circumcised on the 8th day. You bragging about something you didn't do and you didn't fulfill. And most of our sons ain't been circumcised on day 8. Abraham wasn't circumcised on day 8. Come on, man. Come on, it's deeper than that. Now this explains how a sister can be circumcised spiritually. Circumcision is a spiritual concept to where you align yourself to be one with the Creator. You feel me? Most High looking for that heart. You know what I mean? That's what he's looking for. He ain't looking for all that everybody bragging or everybody bragging. You know what I mean? Bragging on their cut. You bragging on. You ain't do it. Abraham cut himself. Did you? No. Are you bragging about something you didn't do? Oh, okay. You circumcised. Oh, so your parents was up under Israelite vibration and got you circumcised according to the covenant on the 8th day? No. What are we talking about? Because that means we all in violation of that law in the letter. You all in violation. Ooh-wee. I know somebody mad. They be all right, though. They be all right. All right. Nehemiah, where you at, man? You want to get on there? Let me know. Let me know. All right, next we're going to go to y'all Psalm. Where King David is talking about what the Most High accepts. All right. We're going to go to Psalms next. All right, Psalm 34. All right. And we're going to jump down to 17 and 18. All praises. Let me share my screen real quick. Let's get her done. Precepts. You got to move off your own convictions, though, you know. That's the problem. Men want you to submit to their understanding. Now, don't be forced to submit to nobody's way of thinking. The Most High made you as an individual for a reason. All right, and to neglect that is to fall. You your own, and Most High made you the way you are, peculiar, special. Here you go. You ain't got the right breakdown of somebody else. And I got you over here feeling retarded. Nah, brother, they say right there that they never knew the Most High by his name, Jehovah or Yahweh, or Yahweh. But over here it's saying that he did call on the name of Yahweh or Jehovah or Yahweh. They don't say the same. Well, brother, you know, I got about 100 precepts, but that don't explain away that say he wasn't known by that name, and over here they're calling on his name. It's a contradiction, man. Just be real with yourself. It's okay. Psalm 34, 17 and 18. All right. The righteous cry, the Creator heareth and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Most High is near unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. All right. A broken heart is something not somebody that got dumped. You got dumped. Nah, a broken heart is, you know, somebody that's circumcised in the heart. You understand? That has a heart and a mind to turn back to their Creator. All right. That hates it when they fall short. Can't stand it. You understand? But that's who the Most High is near. He's near those with a broken heart and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. That's what it says. That's what it says. So what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about? Something you didn't do? Something that wasn't done during the specified time or at the specified time? What are we arguing about? There's nothing to argue about. It's nothing. It's nothing to argue about. All right? It's nothing to argue about. The Most High is checking for your spirit. Get your spirit right. Get your spirit in order. You feel me? Stop all the extra, because that's what you're going to take with you. You're going to take with you is your testimony. That's what you take with you. You don't take all your worldly, you know, the accumulation of all your worldly, you know what I mean, all your worldly achievements. You ain't taking that with you. The only thing that matters is who you are, spiritual progression. What you did for others in righteousness. You feel me? How you directed, you know what I mean? How you directed souls to the Most High. How you pointed people toward our example in the Messiah. I said, you're taking with you. You taking with you your testimony. Yes, you're being graded. The book's are open. Read it in Revelation. You're being graded. The book's open. Right? And the books are open, and then then you got to give an account. We have to give an account. You see that? Got to give an account one day, man. So we got to stop that. Stop acting like it's all about this outward cut. No. You feel me? It's many black-hearted evil. They of the circumcision. Plenty. That ain't nothing new. Come on now. You wasn't born yesterday. You understand what this is all about. We're checking for somebody's love muscle. What is going on in Israel? I couldn't even believe that one cat was making all the videos. Like, what is he? Is he still making videos about this? Like, bro, look, you're going to have to get yourself together. Tagging everybody and mad because I'm like, bro, look, man, you know, stop that. You looking real suspect right now, crying because of brother's perspective over getting his child circumcised. You feel me? It's different than yours. You about to cry about this? Oh man, yeah, man, it's a doctrine for the 2/3 to get destroyed. Man, what is wrong with this dude, man? You guys are straight tripping. All right. All right, bang, bang, bang. I got something I want to show y'all real quick. All right, we're about to get to the gospel of the Nazarenes too. Because there was a question that was asked. They asked the Mashiach a question in there about the whole circumcision. But as we read, we ain't even got to that yet. But as we keep reading, we're reading how circumcision is a spiritual concept about you aligning your spirit to become one with the Creator by being obedient to him. You can be disobedient to the Most High with your fringes on and your love muscle shaved on. Hey, it happened plenty of times. You're not gonna play around and act like, you know, that make you all of a sudden righteous or put you in good standing with the Almighty, because it don't. And all y'all know it don't. All y'all know it don't. All you gotta do is just look at the crimes and everything that's been happening, especially amongst the Israelite movement. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is just look at the behavior. The behavior. You know what I mean? Because believe it or not, a lot of our people still up under the vibration of the false gods. Can't wait to kill children, all type of madness. Killing women, and you know what I mean? We got to body the false gods. Right? That's what it is. You're under the vibration of a false god that inspired a false scribe to write down things, you understand, that's polar opposite of the Creator's character. And here you go thinking this got to do with the Creator when it got everything to do with the false gods that have inspired Israel time and time again. You got to body the God. Once you get the God body, you body the false gods, all that come tumbling down. All of them come tumbling down. You got men can't wait to kill innocent children and do all type of crazy, sadistic madness. You dig? And then ask them, okay, so if the voice that you identify as God told you to kill your child or kill a child, you understand that's innocent, would you do it? You dig? You'd be surprised how many brothers will tell you, man, I'll blow the head off that baby. Dang. Also, you're a murderer. You're a murderer. You think our Creator is bloodthirsty? Last I checked, when it was time for us to get up out of Egypt, the Most High didn't use no Israelites to get rid of the firstborn. He just sent his spirit through there. Right? And recalled spirits. Right? Or he'll send his spirit or his angel, his messenger, to lay down a whole host of, you know what I mean, a physical army looking to destroy his people. We just read about the Armageddon, the Gog and Magog war. You ain't even fighting in that. He gonna rain down fire out the heavens and destroy Gog and Magog. Most I don't need you to do none of that. And that's what I'm saying from the Nazarene, you know what I mean, as seen perspective, we against bloodshed. We against the shedding of blood. We against the, you know what I mean, the chewing on flesh and all that. So anything that shows that as character of our maker, we got to question that. Got to question that. You know what I mean? I thought the scriptures say, try the spirits, whether they be of the Creator. Don't the scripture tell you that? Well, you got to start trying these spirits. Like, what is that influencing you to be so angry and hostile and ready to commit murder or to do domestic violence? You think this is other Creator? You think the Most High sanctions this? You think the Most High sanctioned Mr. Cayenne Pepper Man? Most High is not with him. What are you saying? Most High is not with you killing babies, and man, stop that. Stop that. Right? Can't wait to rape women of other nations. Come on, man. We all know better. All right? We all know better. And ain't got no choice but to do better, is all I'm saying. All right? Now, some of y'all may believe that the Almighty creates evil and does evil. I choose not to believe it. All right? I choose not to believe that, period. But that's me, you dig? And, you know, that's how the Messiah taught about the Messiah taught about the Creator, the Father. And what he taught about the Father was polar opposite of the religious leaders of his day. All right? Polar opposite. Polar opposite, to the point they killed him. All right? So we got to get ourselves together, man. Stop playing around with this thing. All right? Certain things you need to be questioning. All right? And if you don't question it, then how is you mad at anybody claiming they heard the voice of God before they threw a child in the oven? or drown their children. How? How are you mad? Oh, that's messed up. What you saying is messed up for? Ain't you supposed to be killing you some babies one of these days? You know what I mean? Stop it. All right, let's drop this. Let's go over to I got one for y'all. That's a good one too. I'm about to get into bang, what I was looking for. Yep, we're gonna go to Colossians. Another one of Paul. Another one where Paul understood the spiritual connotation of the circumcision. All right. Now watch this. There's another one where even Paul understood the circumcision. All right. Let me share my screen real quick. Some of y'all probably, man, nigga, reading what Paul said. Everything Paul said wasn't wrong, man. Everything he said wasn't wrong. You know, some things he's spot on about. There's some things he's not spot on about. You're like, what is he talking about? This man is tripping. Big. All right, Colossians 2, we're going to read 10 and 11. Hallelujah, all praises. All right, share my screen. It should be up there. Let's eat. Colossians 2, 10 and 11. And ye are complete in him, which is the head of all principality and power, in whom also ye are circumcised, in whom also in Mashiach ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands. Huh? In whom also ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands, in putting off the body of the sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Messiah. By putting, what it say, off the body of the sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Mashiach. Messiah represents that spiritual circumcision, that obedience. Right? It is a commandment in the Torah that your heart must be circumcised. All right? Well, you only receiving that circumcision of the heart through the example of Messiah. All right, if you understand that so far, give us a 4 up in the chat. All right. So I want to address that too. I want to address that about the, circumcision. I want to read that as well. Let's go into the gospel of the Nazarenes real quick. And let's read that. All right, I want to read that there too. Circumcision is a big thing, man. People be ready to go crazy over it. All right, ready to go crazy. I ain't checking no love muscles around here. Stop it, man. Stop it. All right. Matter of fact, before we get into the gospel, let's go to the council at Jerusalem. Let's go there. All right. Go to the council at Jerusalem. I see foes in the chat. All right, that's what I'm talking about. All praises. Good to see y'all in the building. Bless up. As long as there's some understanding going forth, hey, all good. All right. Let me share the screen real quick. We're going to Acts the 15th chapter. Elisa Edwards, the house of Yadon El Yom. Bless up for the blessing. All praises, glory, and honor. All right. Abundant blessings to you and your family. Let's go to Acts 15. This is the Jerusalem Council. All right. Now, we Nazarenes, so we usually be in this chapter. This is the chapter where James, the brother of the Messiah, told Paul what he should be teaching amongst the Gentiles concerning fornication and concerning food consumption, specifically about meats or foods offered to idols. All right. There was no New Testament when this went down, so that means he had to be speaking from the Torah somewhere when he's commanding to abstain from meats offered to idols. If y'all been listening to this channel, we always start there, and we'll go into Leviticus and show what deems meat, what makes meat offered to idols. What is that according to the Torah? You know what I mean? So once you understand what that is, and then you see Paul say, whatsoever soul in shambles eat and don't ask no questions for conscience sake, Paul is openly saying that he's against what he was ordered to teach by the chief apostle James, the Messiah's biological brother. He didn't see it that serious. He didn't see it as if, you know what I mean, what James said was law. He did. So hence the problem. So when we bring it to the brothers and sisters, like how you ain't supposed to be eating that flesh, you know what I mean? And once we get them with the Torah and show them that, you know, even according to the Torah, well, that food got to be prepped a certain way and it can't be dead longer than 2 days, or it's an abomination, it's unclean and considered offered to devils. Even when we do that, you know what I mean, we bag them down with that and it's excuses. Okay, all right, well, what is meats offered to idols according to the Torah? You show it. Ain't got no answers. You see what I'm saying? I ain't where your answer at. You ain't got no answer about what it is. You see, then how you know what we saying is wrong? How you know what we saying is wrong then? If you don't know what meats offered to idols is. You see? But also in this Acts 15, there was a a controversy about circumcision. Okay? So let's get to this. All right? Now we've been in the Bible the whole time. We ain't went out the Bible yet. Look at this. The council at Jerusalem. And certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren and said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moshe, ye cannot be saved. Ye cannot get into the kingdom. Ye cannot achieve oneness with the Creator unless you are circumcised after the manner of Moses. What's the manner of Moses? 8th day circumcision. But there's one problem. These grown men you talking to that ain't circumcised. You see that? So they never could technically even fulfill the law of 8-day circumcision. Just like Abraham. Well, Abraham cut himself. Remind me, I'm going to show y'all that Esau and Jacob movie on, on YouTube. Y'all be like, what is going on? All right. Look at this. So the doctrine, it was certain brothers in the Messianic movement that, like today, hell bent on, circumcision. You see? So these were believers in Mashiach, but were saying there can't be no salvation unless a grown man is circumcised after the manner of Moses. All right? It was a faction in Jerusalem under James' leadership that, that believed that. Verse 2, when therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension, look at their argument, and disputation with them, they determined that Paul and Barnabas and certain other of them should go up to Jerusalem unto the apostles and elders about this question. Yeah, you got to check in. And being brought on their way by the church, they passed through Phoenix and Samaria, declaring the conversion of the Gentiles, and they caused great joy unto all the brethren. And when they would come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church and of the apostles and elders, and they declared all things that the Almighty had done with them. But there rose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believed. So some Pharisees believed in Mashiach, which believed, saying that it was needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moses. So this argument online the past month ain't nothing new. Y'all just go back 2,000 years. All right? Go back 2,000 years. Circumcision or not. You go getting mad at my little brother YAH'KI and mighty Hebrew crying all the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic. This is a sad day in Israel, YAH'KI. Like, boy, if you don't go sit down somewhere, come on, it's a sad day in Israel because a brother got a different perspective about circumcision. It ain't nothing new though. All right. I'm gonna pull it up for y'all. I got you. Hold on. And the apostles and elders came together for to consider this matter. And when there had been much disputing, Peter rose up and said unto them, men and brethren, you know how that a good while ago the Most High made choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. So before Paul ever was out there doing any type of work, you feel me? Peter and the apostles was already out there. Remember, Messiah had already sent them out at his resurrection. They already had Gentile protocol. So the differences you having with James and Paul, and that battle, it would forever shape how Christianity, quote unquote, is viewed, or the first century Messianic movement is viewed. This battle right here between Paul and James, the biological brother of Mashiach. You see that? They already had Gentile protocol. So their problem is about how Paul's problem is he want to minister to the Gentiles in his own way. His way is different than what the apostles, James, and Peter, and all them doing. His way is different. So that's the conflict, the battles, the fighting. You know what I mean? Because Paul wanted to do it his own way, based off his own revelation. All right, but look at this. But that right there is proof that the apostles were already out amongst the nations teaching. You know what I mean? They didn't need Paul to come around, because that's what he said. Like, you know, Peter was just only sent to the Jews and I to them. No, they was already out there doing it. They was already out there doing it. All right. Verse 8, and God, which knoweth the hearts, bear them witness, giving them the Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts. There go their heart again, purifying their hearts by faith, by belief. Now, therefore, why tempt ye? So that means purifying their hearts, y'all, mean circumcision of the heart. Purifying their minds or their hearts by believing. Like Abraham believed and it was counted to him for righteousness. Same thing, right? Now, therefore, why tempt ye the Most High to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? Look at Peter, like y'all talking all this circumcision. Man, how y'all gonna put a yoke on the believers? None of us been able to bear this. We all got this wrong. You see that? But we believe that through the grace of our Master, Yahshua, we shall be saved even as they. Then all the multitude kept silence and gave audience to Barnabas and Paul, declaring what miracles and wonders the Most High had wrought among the Gentiles by them. James' judgment, because James is in charge. YAH'KI, James the righteous. Jacob the righteous. This is the Messiah's biological brother. He's the one in charge of the whole movement after the Messiah is off this earth. It's him. And after they had held their peace, Yaakov answered, saying, Men and brethren, hearken unto me. Simeon have declared how the Almighty at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And to this agree the words of the prophets, as it is written. After this I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after the Most High, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, say of the Almighty who doeth all these things. All right, so he's quoting Amos 9, 11 and 12. All right, to get the full understanding of what he's saying, he's quoting the prophecy out of Amos. Amos is the father of Isaiah. All right, Amos 9, 11 and 12. All right. Known unto the Most High are all his works from the beginning of the world. Wherefore, look at this. Wherefore, my sentence is, he's giving a judgment. James is the top apostle. Wherefore, my sentence is, and he's giving this to Paul. And at the time, Paul and Barnabas was cool. They hadn't even fell out yet. Wherefore, my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to the Most High. What does that mean, not to trouble them? What does that mean? Who knows? Let me see if y'all been listening. What does it mean when James say, my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to the Almighty? Trouble them how? Trouble them how? Let me see if y'all been listening. How could they trouble the Gentiles who have turned to the Almighty? By doing what? Let me see, y'all. Don't bring up what, Mikael? Don't bring up what, Hebrew? My beloved brother. Show y'all how violent that circumcision is. There it is right there. I'll find it up in there somewhere. Right, making them get circumcision. The love muscle. Oh boy. Dino gonna be Dino gonna be talking about the love muscle. I don't know. Let me see if they'll bring up the scene right there. Nah, they ain't gonna bring out. We got to scroll through and find the scene. But that's cool. That's cool. That ain't no problem. May have a watch party one of these days and just sit down and watch it. Jacob was flying her. Jacob had gold slippers, drop top convertible camel. Jacob was that shit. Pop Jacob was that dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's about. So when he say trouble them not, he's talking about circumcision. Because remember, that was the argument. If we go back up to Acts 15:1, look. Acts 15:1. Look at it. Right. Not telling them they can't join, just talking about trouble them not by trying to lay on their shoulders the yoke of circumcision. You know what I mean? And certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren and said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. All right. And then when you get to the Pharisees that believe, they said the same thing. Acts 15:5. But there arose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believed, saying that it was needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moses. So you got this faction in Jerusalem up under James that's zealous. And they like, look, they can't even achieve oneness with the Creator unless they love muscle is shaved. Right? Then the Pharisees raise up, they believe too. Now remind you, all these are believers in Messiah at this moment. The Nazarenes got control of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem at the time. It's over 8,000 of them. So they done overran the whole Temple Mount within weeks of the Messiah's resurrection. But there rose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believed, saying that it was needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moshe. And the apostles and elders came together for to consider of the matter. So when we get all the way down, to verse 19, he says what? Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to the Almighty. Trouble them not by talking about, by laying the yoke of physical circumcision on their shoulders. So even the disciples who was running the Mashiach's movement in the Bible, after they came together, the apostles and all them came together, James, the head apostle, the man in charge, stood up and said, look, don't even trouble them about getting circumcised. Don't even trouble them. You see? But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols. And you're going to see what the pollutions of idols is actually foods, meats offered to idols. All right. That they abstain from pollutions of idols. All right. And from fornication and from things strangled. You can't strangle no plant. You got to be talking about animal. And from blood. You don't get blood out of plants. You get chlorophyll. So they got to be talking about chewing on animals. Paul goes and says, whatever is sold in the meat market, eat it and don't ask no question. But what if it's offered to idols? What if you go to the grocery store and the flesh that you buy was actually offered to idols? Paul say, whatever is sold at the meat market, eat it. James say, tell them to abstain from pollutions of idols. They're not speaking the same doctrine. When it come down to eating, they're not. They're not speaking the same doctrine, right? Paul say, whatever sold in the shambles, eating, don't ask no questions. For conscience sake, for the earth is the Lord's. James said, tell them to abstain from pollutions of idols, from fornication, from things strangled, and from blood. How you know that animal wasn't strangled or died of natural causes, like some of y'all think that means? How you know? The point is, you don't. And the point is, Paul was voicing his opinion about, or his disagreement about, the order that James gave him. All right. Verse 29. Hold on. Yep, verse 29. Acts 15:29. He repeats himself, that you abstain from meats offered to idols. All right. That you abstain from meats offered to idols and from blood. So our question right out the gate is, what is meats offered to idols according to the Torah? And make them flip through the Torah and show you. 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be able to show you. That's when you go into Leviticus, you know what I mean? Chapter 17, Leviticus chapter 7, you piece it together and show. It's considered offered to a devil or an idol if it's been dead longer than 2 days, if the blood ain't been covered up with the dust, if the blood ain't been put on the altar, and if it ain't been dissected and the organs yanked up out of it, and the fat from off the organs are put on the altar, brought to the doorway of the tabernacle to the priest. If it ain't done like that, it's considered unclean, an abomination, offered to devils, and our people stand in jeopardy of being shut down, cut off. So James, when he tell you abstain from meats offered to idols, Paul teach that among the Gentiles. He was telling them stay away from that flesh, because there ain't damn Gentile meat market or grocery store that follow the laws of the Torah when it comes to properly processing dead animals. And that's y'all law. Y'all, I don't go by the flesh laws. But according to if you're going by the flesh, well, the laws governing the flesh also got to do with how that animal was prepared and slaughtered. And if it ain't done like that, it's considered an abomination, unclean. You stand in jeopardy of being cut off, and it's offered to devils or idols. Okay, so that's the command, that ye abstain from meats offered to idols. We're talking about meat or flesh, and from blood. We're talking about flesh, and from things strangled, more flesh, and from fornication, from which if ye keep yourselves, ye shall do well, fare well. You see, so the circumcision, even the top apostles agreed, and stop troubling them. That's, you understand? Stop putting the yoke of physical circumcision on their shoulders. You know what I mean? Go make it no law. Like if somebody feel inclined to go do it, let them do it. If they like, nah, I'm good, they ain't got to do that. You gotta do that. Don't even trouble them. All right, but put this code of conduct on them. You understand? Hey, watch what they throwing down their throats. Stop chewing on them dead animals. You see? Paul turned to salt, baby. Ooh-wee. So when they were dismissed, they came to Antioch, and when they had gathered the multitude together, they delivered the epistle. All right, so that was a right. All right, let me show y'all some of this, though. Let me just bring this on up. Bring this on up. All right. Understanding, bless up, Victoria Jackson. And when you get a chance, can you please give a teaching on the re-embodiment of the soul from the gospel of Nazarene? You've been reading. Sis Victoria been reading, baby. Yeah, that's a very powerful chapter, too. Very, very powerful chapter. Gonna make a lot of people mad. But if you can step outside the religious dogma, or if we can step outside our assumptions about what goes on after we expire, and look at it from, okay, does it resonate with your spirit or soul from a common sense point of view? You know, then it is what it is. If not, you know, some people can't receive that. Some people can't receive that. You know what I mean? Some people say, look, it makes sense to me that you go through this until you achieve perfection. The whole thing is for you to achieve oneness with the Creator. You dig? So if you missed your mark that time, then you get more times to get it right. Some people believe that. Some people believe that. I mean, some people believe the earth is grade 1. And as soon as you die, you're birthed in spirit, and you continue to progress until you inherit the highest dwelling of the worlds of many mansions. In my Father's house of many mansions. So it ain't no recycling. It's just once you die in the flesh, you start progressing in spirit on the other side, however long it takes, until you can, until you can inherit the house of many mansions. In my Father's house of many mansions. So some people believe you repeat this deal until you become perfected. Others believe you continue to grow after you die until you perfected. You feel me? One teaches you stuck in a cycle of coming back until you reach perfection. Another one is like whenever you die, the whole point is perfection anyway. The whole point is spiritual progression. So even after you die, you're going to grow. Others believe you're just going to go to sleep and wake up either in the lake of fire or in the kingdom. It's different perspectives on death, even in the scriptures. Even in the scriptures, what I mean? It's not like one uniform, solid understanding from those in the scriptures concerning what happens when you die. You know what I mean? But speaking for myself, I like the gospel of the Nazarene, chapter 37. I mean, it just makes sense to me. Yeah, but we'll get there. We'll get there one day at a time. You understand? You get her done. J.U.M., excellent question. How does judgment work in that aspect? So, like when you read John the 9th chapter, they call it karmatic debt, basically. Who sinned? Him or his parents that he was born blind? From people in that perspective, their mindset is the child is blind based off something he did in his previous life. So the judgment will be what he's going through presently because of some sins he committed in his past life. But the disciples asked the Messiah, who sinned, him or his parents, that he was born blind? And the Messiah answered and was like, neither. He didn't say like their understanding of sinning before you born, because how could somebody be born blind based off their sin? What kind of sin did they do in the womb? Kicking their mama too hard or something? Or the disciples, were they alluding to karmatic debt? What you did in the past, you still got to answer for it in the present. And that's according to that understanding, that's how judgment works. You know what I mean? See, because everybody's understanding on judgment is different. Everybody understanding on judgment is completely different. Some people believe it to be, like I just said, some people believe you wake up in the lake of fire, roasting forever. Some people believe, some people, boy, believe like, man, look, I'm doomed. It's like a fire. You know what I mean? And it's like, dang, boy, I better not mess up. I better not mess up. I wake up in the judgment chamber. Like, dang. Others don't believe that. Others believe that, until you arrive at where you're supposed to get, you repeat this. And you go through your judgment by, what you got to deal with in the present based on what you did in the past. You know what I mean? Others believe, especially like if you done murdered or did something, crazy like that, others believe that you got to deal with that person you murdered. You know what I mean? Some people like, especially those that have been in war, they still see the faces of people they murdered, because in spirit, you got to holler at that man. You got to holler at that man when you cross over for a certain period of time and be judged based off the evil that you did to him when you was in the flesh, when he was in the flesh. You dig? So it's a lot of different perspectives on judgment. You understand? The best thing to do is to acknowledge the Almighty, worship him, and follow the example of Yeshua, the Messiah. You feel me? And get your works of service up. Right? Service done unto others in righteousness is what you graded on. All right. All right, so that's just what it is. All right. Bing, bing, bang. All right, let me show y'all this, though. Let me show y'all this. And everybody got to arrive there. You got to get there. You got to examine, studying is hours. studying, meditating. Y'all, that's hours of just constant going back over research, meditating, asking the Most High to give you some understanding and all that. And so the thing is, no other individual can validate that for you. You know what I mean? You may look at death differently than me. You know what I mean? That's like Crazy K off Tales from the Hood. You heard me? You hear me? Oh, man. All right, let me show y'all this. This right here is that Jacob and Esau movie that's on YouTube. I want to show y'all this, though, man. This is crazy. Let me put it up in the chat so y'all. It's called Genesis. Jacob and Esau movie, Genesis. Let me copy that and put that up in the chat for y'all. All right. After you do the studies and ask the Most High to give you understanding on certain things, you got to arrive at your own conclusion about certain things. Next brother, sister may look at it different than you. All right. Never base your understanding off what somebody else is, because that's just may be where they at, and you meant to have a higher understanding. All right. So here, let me play this real quick. All right, let me know if y'all can hear this. I think it's making no sounds yet. There go your boy. There go your boy. Hold on, good. Nehemiah to get your peoples, man. Washing clothes. Yep, there go Leah. That's Dinah right there washing the clothes. Look at Jake. Yakuba. Look at Pop Jake, man. Look at Pop Jake.
Sanda masa. Tukuta masa. Loma tonkana. Isaka denke. Apol na play primala. Kapambe maramala. Islama donna Isau doso karakmala. Oh, y'all see who that is? Who can guess who that is right there? Who is that? Let me see if y'all got y'all critical thinking caps on. Who is that right there on that screen? That's right. That's Esau. He albino. Look at him. Got locks and all that. Look at that.
Oh, that's messed up. What is y'all doing? Don't be hating. They over here hating. Don't be hating. I want to show y'all that circumcision scene, though. All right, let me get y'all all the way up here.
Yakuba. I'm on lower. Uh-huh.
All right, so let me put y'all on game on what just happened. Dinah just got raped. Dinah just got raped. An old boy that raped her and his father and his counsel come to talk to Jacob about him marrying his daughter Dinah. All right. So this is the scene leading up to that. I just want to show y'all. Let me go.
Yakuba.
Yakuba.
It's Yakadenge Yakuba. I'm on lower. Uh-huh. Dieu masake follow. Masa nemerod balma den lower. Uh-huh. Kira Ibrahima Denge Yakuba doa. Okay. Tia bebora kanana mina ode amortewa. Uh-huh. Ava no denge Yakuba tewa. Uh-huh. Amo. Ne kalime. Hate. Abike tande. Dia jujon masake denfla. Lulu ye nyanye. Ka nyon boye ni nyon dambe segi. Achugo yoye. Korimbalma usera maniera yi.
Jake.
Musukui. Na ya so na herebe musukola. Ambadenge Yakuba. Au nani demuso. Dina de nofe. Ika sanubereni. Yakuba. I demuso dina. Ika sinani. Minye bi kundono kene. Aita. Demuso timfe. Tifenlo aka fotala. Ngaera nini tunye Yusuf de. Deni kele. Ngo wara jugu ya faga. Ambadenge Yakuba. Kadaro suma. Kadaro suma. Yakuba. Idemuso dina be balola o. Dina be balola.
They come bearing gifts. They come bearing gifts because they know Dinah just got raped. You dig? Leah hop up like, you know how the sisters get. You already know. Leah ain't with none of that. She like, keep your gifts, whatever. You know what I mean? Jacob been in his tent for the most part since Joseph. Since, his son sold Joseph into, bondage. Y'all know the whole story. You dig? So, let me show y'all something. With Jacob Campbell. I want to show y'all the drop top camel, curl. Jacob was on one. All right, there go the circumcision. Y'all gonna be like, good night. There go the brothers, Reuben and them. Brothers and them walk up. See something. That's why they finna bring in the circumcision. Hold on.
Leah, imakum. Forum so my bolo dai dusuka. Mo daba mana femin latige ka bi genoy.
There go Jake. Jake come out that tent. Like, look at that fly tent, dude. That tent fly. That tent is fly, boy. Jake come out, boy. Hey. Hey, watch this, though. Watch this. Watch this.
Shishem fa amor wilila kata Yakuba fei yasa ani Yakuba bise kata nyon kuma nyonye tuguni kuma mina Yakuba denge o segira ka bokungo kono nu ya donka foko Shishem kera sababu ye ninga kuma shuli do Yakuba ka du kono dimina ka dimi amor kuma nufu akuma ko Nde Shishem ani jarabila au de musola. Amba nyini au
all right, so you see all that, right? Now here goes the brothers. Look at Jake Campbell, cut. Hold on. There goes Judah now.
Ye John de kumakanye. Ne de kan kuma ko Nde Shishem ani jarabila au de musola. Amba nyini au fe au kada ma yasa bisa ga muso ichumi o no kera oni au
so here come the
ka genyo mbadi mawye ni ka kenyo singi mawye jamana na daile au ye.
Y'all remember how the story went? If Shechem really wanted Dinah, Jacob was like, well, all y'all got to get circumcised then. All y'all. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. So Hamor, Shechem's father, agreed to it.
Shishem fana ya yira den fala ani den balimanke.
Ayabura da dusuka. Ka jeninga fotaye. Fon fe yawdia no ye furu na folo koye. Ani la jeli fe. Mbo bela jeli ndauma. Ngamba deli. Ayo musonji an furula. Oteke. Afora ko kanana tangalendo.
Judah like, you ain't gonna marry my sister. And it said, curse be Canaan. That's Judah right there.
Ye John de kumakanye.
Ne de kando. Idenge Yuda.
Yuda. Denche.
Ki dendi chema chemi maboloku. Wek machine koba de enfer. Entendre comme ça dit cheboloko balima.
Denche follow Ruben min fo.
There go Ruben.
Tise ka fen faroka anti se ka fen boala. O madame na netlela
That's Jacob on that camel.
Kambi.
That's Jacob. Hey, you got a convertible camel.
Matigininga luche. Mbina son furu nima kokelendeka. Wajibi pakake inapa. Aka chow baby sigineke koro. No kera. Ambi ande muso dama furula. Amfana ba de muso ta furula. Ambi jeka sigi. Kake jama killing.
Get up here. Here comes the circumcision. Like a dino. Check him over there looking at him. Man, y'all, this is horrific. Show you how it go down in the ancient world. So they agreed to the circumcision, right? Watch this. Oh no, watch this. Look, he over there looking at him like, I hope you work it. Look at this. What? You see that? Hold on. She say don't cut it all off, okay? That's my medicine. Dang. Hey man, look how dude just, I'm talking about emotionless with this.
Wait.
What? Dang! Man, he got an accent in there. Look at this. Oh! Man, what is going on, girl? Yeah, he looking like, man, I done came up short. Yeah, I done came up short. All right, I'm gonna put that up in the chat for y'all. Man, that's crazy. Serious business. That's a circumcision, man. They was walking wide legged, you know. All right. Or y'all can just type in Jacob and Esau movie when y'all get to YouTube. Jacob and Esau movie, and then put Genesis. Genesis behind it, you'll see. All right. I want to show that real quick. All right, we're gonna end it though with the gospel of the Nazarenes. All right. Yeah, it's a tight movie. I like it. But you're gonna have to read. You know what I mean? That's all it is. You gotta do a lot of reading behind it. So you all good. You all good. All right. So we're gonna go to the Gospel of the Nazarenes. All right. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that. Yep. Chapter 91, 1 through 8. 1 through 8. Yeah, that movie there. I'm surprised a lot of y'all ain't seen that, man. That right there, especially that circumcision part. Good night. I was like, man, what is going on? All right, get this out here for y'all real quick. All right, there you go. Bye. Let's get it. He wasn't pulling up at first. All right, let's get into it. We're going to end it with this. So, we hit a few topics today. Talked about Ukraine and Russia, Gog, Magog, how to put it in its proper time period, and touched on the circumcision a little taste. You feel me? And, because some people be having questions. And that's all good. Like, we ain't never above the questions, man. Never above it. Certain people don't want to keep it all the way funky and solid and like to tap dance around. Like, nah, our people got questions about certain things. Blood sacrifices and atonement and all type of stuff. You feel me? So we not afraid to even go and show. Like, hey, man, look, this is what it is and what it says. Let me know what you see. All right. Let me share this real quick. Share screen. We're going to do entire screen. Wow. Get that out the way. All right, this is the Gospel of the Nazarenes or the Gospel of the Holy 12. And this is after resurrection. All right, order of the kingdom. Order of the kingdom. Even when the actions showed that the apostles were saying, look, don't even trouble them and turn to the Almighty. Just put them on that strict diet, though. Get away from that. Get away from that. Those flesh pots. All right. All right. So chapter 91. Chapter 91, Gospel of the Nazarenes or Gospel of the Holy 12, the Order of the Kingdom. In that time, after the Messiah had risen from the dead, he tarried 90 days. All right, so that's a difference between what we read in Acts. You said close to 50 days. Oh, man, why did they do that? Hold on, y'all. Dang. Give me 1 second. That deal went backwards on me. That's messed up. That deal jumped backwards on me. All right. So in that time after the Messiah risen from the dead, he tarried 90 days with Mary, his mother, and Mary Magdalene, who anointed his body, and Mary Cleophas and the 12 and their fellows, instructing them and answering questions concerning the kingdom of God. And as they sat at supper, when it was even, Mary Magdalene asked him, saying, Master, wilt thou now declare unto us the order of the kingdom? Yeshua answered and said, Verily I say unto thee, O Mary, and to each of any disciples, the kingdom of heaven is within you. That's right. But the time cometh when that which is within shall be made manifest in the without for the sake of the world. Order indeed is good. Order indeed is good and needful, but before all things is love. Love ye one another and all the creatures of the Creator, and by this shall all men know that ye are my disciples. And one asked him, saying, Master, wilt thou that infants be received into the congregation in like manner as Moshe commanded by circumcision? Here we go again. Here we go again. By circumcision. All right. Look at this. And Yeshua answered. All right. Now, that's why, like, it'd be different if we didn't have Acts, the 15th chapter, if we didn't have all the different scriptures to talk about circumcision being a spiritual concept, about circumcision of the heart. Now, it'd be different if we didn't have all that. It'd be different if we didn't have in the Torah circumcise the foreskin of your heart. You got to command to circumcise the foreskin of your heart. All right. And one asked him, saying, Master, wilt thou that infants be received into the congregation in like manner as Moses commanded by circumcision? And Yahshua answered, for those who are in Messiah, there is no cutting of the flesh, nor shedding of blood. That right there gonna make everybody mad. Everybody mad now. Shemayim Batiyah, all praises. That's what's up. You're gonna feast good on those. All right, that's the perfected way. That's the path. All right. So it says, and Yahshua answered, for those who are in Messiah, there is no cutting of the flesh nor shedding of blood. It's not. It's not. It's hard for a lot of people to believe it. You feel me? But from a Nazarene perspective, you ain't with the bloody sacrifices or none of it. Cutting the flesh, none of it. Because flesh has nothing to do with your spiritual progression. Nothing. All right. Let the infant of 8 days, look at this, because in 8 days, you had to be circumcised on day 8, right? He says, let the infant of 8 days be presented unto the Father, Mother, or the Creator, who is in heaven, with prayer and thanksgiving, and let a name be given to it by its parents. Let a name be given to it by its parents, and let the presbyter sprinkle pure water upon it, according to that which is written in the prophets, and let its parents see to it that it is brought up in the ways of righteousness, neither eating flesh, nor drinking strong drink, nor hurting the creatures which the Creator hath given into the hands of man to protect. So the answer is, no, yeah, we receive infants and children, but not after the manner of cutting flesh and spilling blood. Sprinkle water on them like it is in the prophets and all that. Bring them up in the ways of righteousness. Command them neither to eat flesh nor drink strong drink, nor hurt any creature of the Most High. All right. Again, one said unto him, Master, Again, one said unto him, Master, how wilt thou when they grow up? And Yahshua said, after 7 years, or when they begin to know the evil from the good and learn to choose the good, let them come unto me and receive the blessing at the hands of the presbyter, or the angel, or the messenger of the church, with prayer and thanksgiving. And let them be admonished to keep from flesh eating. This at 7. All right. Let them be admonished to keep from flesh eating and strong drink, and from hunting the innocent creatures of the Creator. For shall they be lower than the horse or the sheep, to whom these things are against nature? And again, he knows he's saying that's against nature to be on that. All right. Verse 8. And again he said, if there come to us any that eat flesh and drink strong drink, should we receive them? Yahshua said unto them, let such abide in the outer court. If any come to us drinking strong drink and eating flesh, can they be accepted? All right. And Yahshua said unto them, let such abide in the outer court. The outer court is where the heathens at. And the whole temple make up the outer court, or the court of the Gentiles. That's where the heathens at. And Yahshua said to them, let such abide in the outer court till they cleanse themselves from these grosser evils. For till they perceive and repent of these, they are not fit to receive the higher mysteries. Wow. They are not fit to receive the higher mysteries. You feel me? And that's talking about chewing on animals, y'all. Chewing on animals and drinking strong drink. He like, hey, look, chewing on all them animals, they got to stay in the outer court until they repent of these grosser evils. You dig? That brother ain't trying to hear what you mean out of court. Like, bro, it's that serious. You know, how you or what you feed this flesh, carries over into the spiritual realm, man. Yeah. So, you know, he's saying for those that's in him, there ain't no cutting the flesh or spilling blood. You be ready to hang you behind that. What, you ain't been circumcised and day 8 and you know, bro, look, for one, none of us were circumcised on day 8. I'm speaking in general for the most part. If you are circumcised, more than likely, your parents did not have you circumcised under an Israelite vibration. And more than likely, it didn't happen on day 8. Truth. Does the Most High need you to cut your flesh and spill blood to achieve oneness with him or salvation, or to inherit his emancipated worlds? In my Father's house of many mansions, do he need you to cut yourself for you to do that? You feel me? It's like it's a lot of darkness going on within the nation, to where people won't deal with you just because you pronounce the Creator's name different than them, or because you ain't got on fringes today, or because you a sister and you ain't got on a dress today, or I mean all of it. I've seen it all. Or because you don't believe in blood sacrifices no more. You feel me? I've witnessed and seen all that. People stop dealing with you behind it. That's how serious it gets. You feel me? So, you know, we laid it out. We laid, you know, it's right in the scripture. You got a commandment in the Torah to circumcise the foreskin of your heart. You know what I mean? Yeah, we say Black Mac. I remember when you told us how to see all the animals they kill so far. Let's pull it up. And remind you, this is since January. Let's pull it up. What you do is go to the animal kill clock. Animal kill clock 2022. Let's see how many animals been killed this year. Good night. That is unreal. Is that real? Yeah, I guess so. Cause yeah, because it was about 100 billion. It was close to 50 billion or 60 billion animals in 2021, if I'm mistaken. You know what I mean? So I go to animalclock.org. I'll put that in the chat for y'all so you can always have it. Pull it up for y'all. Look how many animals been killed so far this year. All because you claim you hungry. All right, Victoria, you said it makes sense. Okay, that's what's up. Somebody won't even, you know, shalom you or send you peace just because you got a different perspective on circumcision. Like, come on, man, stop that. Now, we were way more mature than this. This is crazy. All right, that's the link I just put in there for the kill clock. I'm going to share my screen so y'all can see this. Now, mind you, this only March the 5th. Look how many animals have been killed so far this year. Look at this. That's since January 1, January the 1st. Y'all, you talking about close to 10 billion animals. Good night. You talking about in 65 days. Close to 65 days, it's been close to 10 billion animals killed. Come on, man. Let's stop playing. Just stop playing, man. You got to stop playing with that. You know what I mean? Let's not play around and act as if like that's all okay. How is this okay? It's close to 10 billion animals that's been murdered since January the 1st. You dig? And none of these animals have been slaughtered or processed according to the Torah that everybody claim we read. We following flesh laws. Well, there's a law of the flesh and how you're supposed to properly process and kill. Okay, what you say, Shemayim? But yeah, I got quote unquote removed from the assembly I was fellowshipping with because I didn't fully agree and follow all their ways. Yeah, that's come on now. That's another system of control. That's it. Right? Yeah, you're individual. You're gonna have a different perspective about what's going on. Facts. Nehemiah in the building. Let me bring the big homie on. Bless up. Yeah, y'all, 10 billion animals. I just add you to the screen, Nehemiah. Talk to it. Nate.
I had to click some buttons. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, brother. Go ahead, talk to us. What you think?
I just think it's ridiculous, man. And you know, I know, sis. You know, it's a lot of indoctrination, bro. It's what it is. Believe as I believe, or get away.
Right.
You know, and in that same assembly, you know, you got people that believe everything from round earth to flat earth, smoking weed, not smoking weed, you know, eat meat, don't eat meat, you know. Hey, listen, man, these brothers got that lording over people mastery down to the T. And you got to figure that thing out, man. The only master you got is Messiah. That's the only master you got. All that later for all the other lording over brothers and sisters to have a element of control, especially, you know, when you're talking and be like, you know, how you claiming you Israel and you don't even want to holler at your peoples, you know. Shalom, Lana, y'all. Yeah, I just got to visiting mom, getting her resettled and dealing with everything here and her. But we got that real bad. We got that real bad. Sitting here trying to lord over each other. It's like a man in circumcision. And boy, you know, you had me going called love muscle. And that boy started reading over that, boy. I had a heart attack. I'm like, boy, as a grown man, imagine taking your thing in your hand with a knife. Ooh, wait. Boy, my leg got to rocking in the car. I'm like, oh, Lord. I would have been passed out, boy, crying the river. I've been chewing on whatever I could to knock myself out. I probably would have ran into a tree just to go to sleep. But, you know, what a man do in his house, right? Because all of us can be the circumcision, and that's why I had made that comment. You circumcised, but it wasn't because you was trying to keep the commandments of God. Y'all got circumcised because your mama and daddy chose to do it and didn't have a specific reason why they did it. Now, unless you got now, like, you got the family like Mally and a few other people, you know, who done circumcised their children in the years now, you know, so we understand that. But again, to sit here and almost practically condemn somebody because of a circumcision, and then you can go right in the script like Mally did and walk through all out the script. So I guess they'll condemn James and the apostles as well. I guess they'll condemn James and the apostles. That's how elevated the indoctrination then got with Israel.
Right.
And I'm so free of that shit. Excuse me. I'm so free of that.
You hear me?
I'm so free. I'm talking about so free.
It feel good to be free.
And I'm talking about, and when you understand and value life, I was just on a friend with a phone, you know, talking about moms and stuff and making some arrangements or whatever. And he was like, man, I see you on your Facebook, boy, you eating a lot of plant-based there, boy. You looking good there, boy. I said, yeah, no more animal graveyard. He said, man, yeah, at a half a century, you gotta make more better decisions for yourself. So yeah, I just can't get down with that indoctrination no more. And Shemayim, I hate that happened to you, but I mean, the part about it, a lot of these cats get kicked out and they go running back because they really feel they need to be important presence. And listen, these people ain't even keeping the law. Running around here talking about circumcision. Hey, Matt, just correct me, am I wrong, right? You talking about circumcision, right? Talking about circumcision. And talking about like Passover, that's the feast coming up, right? Now, How you have Gentiles in the feast? They ain't your slaves. You ain't buy them with cash. You see what I'm saying? Then y'all ain't checking rods. And then y'all got known open homosexuals in there. You see what I'm saying? And you got, man, look, bro, it's just utter hypocrisy, bro. But you mad at a man about whether he choose to take a knife to his son. You see what I'm saying? And he done did that for his other children. He just decided with this one, like, hey, man, it's where I'm at. I mean, who's going to be mad? Who going to run up on anybody and put a gun in their head? Hey, man, you better circumcise that by the 8th day. And if you listen to the lesson when Malachi was reading from Acts 15, right, up in verse 1, when you reading about that, how can you sit here and make people take circumcision and then try to tell them to keep it according to the law and everybody past 8 days old? Everybody past 8 days old.
Hey, you heard me?
How I'm going to ever get right at that point?
Hey.
So at this point, we just cut my rod because you want me to be short-legged like you. What the hell y'all cats on, man? You want me to get my rod cut and you telling me I'm outside of the covenant and I can't make it to the kingdom. So what am I doing it for? And like it makes sense when you hear the apostle say, man, stop, don't lay them heavy burdens on them. And then the burdens that he told them not to do, told Paul and them not to do and what to teach, he taught the opposite. You see what I'm saying? He, you know, the circumcision. Okay, but all that stuff you saw that he told them to abstain from blood and animals and choking and strangling and, you know, meat offered to idols. And you sitting there doing all that and you worrying about the cut. The cut. But you over there chewing the back off an animal. Almost 10 billion dead in less than the first 100 days. Was this the 3rd month? So it ain't even 90 days. And February, 28 months. So you ain't even 100 days into this year and you almost at 10 billion dead animals. Y'all need to sit down, man. Leave them people alone, man. Look, what you can't do with this truth is you can't shove it down nobody's throat. Either they gonna receive it or they ain't. Either it resonates with your spirit or it don't. You see what I'm saying? The best you can do, if anybody gonna be scripturally honest with anybody and say, hey, show me where you see that in the scriptures and have a conversation. Other than that, what we doing? Because we done debated, and y'all done heard these stories, we done debated millions of cats. One of the hypocrisies to me, I talked about the other day, I was talking to another one of my beloved brothers. You know, because they trying to convince him not to mess with us. He said, man, I ain't in that church. He said, bro, I ain't part of that church stuff. Who I can hang with, who I can't hang with. He said, I left before Mally and them left. He said, I've been gone. I can't hear you, Mally. You said something. You're mute on.
Nah, I'm over here talking to your nephew.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so what I'm saying is that when y'all start playing church in these Israelite assemblies run, it's no different than the church when you was in the Christian church. You actually can see the same template. These just men who found out they was Israel. They thought they character in the Bible, but they still out of character in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? What does all that skin cut got to do anything with the covenant? You won't get the kingdom. Mally just read y'all the scripture about the circumcised and uncircumcised and Jeremiah be judged. Your cut don't get you the kingdom. What you gonna walk up to the judgment plate and pull out your rod to God? Look, Lord, I'm in. He said, boy, you gonna get your naked ass out here to the other side of hell? Hey, man, these cats is tripping, bro. But you'll sit here and kill a cow, eat the back off some shrimp, and all that. Keep these folly days on the down low. How many Israelites we call on those? Man, there's too many self-righteous cats in Israel. Too many self-righteous cats in Israel. And I just look and I laugh. I don't even talk about them no more. You sitting here, you don't want to have a conversation with your brothers and stuff like that. Or even you can sit here and have debates and bring everybody in front of your assembly, except for the people that used to teach the assembly. You ain't got no conversation for. You can bring other Israelite consciousness in front. Yahweh being Yahweh. You can bring Egyptologists. Even the non-messianic that used to be a part of the assembly, you allowed in your house, in your dwelling. That video's still up here on YouTube. But your brothers that still believe in banging the Messiah, you don't have no conversation, bro. And you know what the brother told me? You know what the brother told me? Now, this tripped me out. He says there was one or two things. He said, no. He said, no, let me tell you. He said, I just realized they scared. If you don't want to have a conversation, either you saying they ain't wrong, I mean, they're right, or you scared to have a conversation and be found wrong. But if that's the case, listen, this ain't about no right or wrong or who's right or who's wrong. It's about what's right and what's wrong. It's about pleasing our Father. You see what I'm saying? Oh, so look, like I said, we'll never tell you don't read those stories about where, you know, his wife had to cut the foreskin and throw it down in front of the death angel. We know all that. That's in there. But again, you have to remember, what we have right now prescribed to us is what you call the Torah, ain't the Torah of old. It ain't the Torah of Ezra that he was given when he asked the Most High to give him the wisdom to write it. And it was 204 books. And you also don't have the original Torah that was burned in Babylon. You see what I'm saying? So not saying that those things are good, but when you go and you get the deeper studies and you get these things and we pull out and we see what Christ. Now we just read through the book what Christ said we should be on. Circumcision wasn't even on the list. Now we know according to the Bible he was circumcised. You know what I'm saying? But a 33-year-old man can't go back and perform the 8-day circumcision. So do we condemn everybody to hell? All those Israelites that came from all over the world, who had been Hellenized, probably didn't even grow up in the full culture of Israel, right? But they was Hebrews. They was Israelites by blood, right? They coming up there to Jerusalem, remember, to get this word and then going back. And then they came to Paul, you need to circumcise then. All what I'm trying to tell is this. If you try to jump through every hoop these cats try to send you to jump through, you'll never make the kingdom. I'm just saying. You will never make the kingdom. Emma said in her study, I saw her type there earlier. Emma said in her study, she found, and I remember this is Emma who had went to seminary school and all that. She said in her study, she found that was probably added. I don't know. I'm not going to go and do the Bible like, I don't like that part. Take it out, take it out, take it out. It's there. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, do any of us know that y'all was circumcised under the 8th day with the mindset of you being a Hebrew Israelite? You don't. You don't know. And most of us came out of Christianity, so you know y'all wasn't under the banner of the law according to God's will to be cut. And then if that's the case, according to the circumcision law, well, Abraham is off. Adam ain't got the kingdom. All his children ain't got the kingdom. You see what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got the kingdom. Hell, the Shechemites who raped Dinah, right? They were circumcised. I guess they get the kingdom. You see how this go? You see what I'm saying, that bro? If we make this all about a cut, get the kingdom, bro. Every heathen damn near born nowadays got the cut. They got the kingdom too. The Shechemites obeyed the law and did what Jacob and them had wanted them to do and got their whole village of men cut. I guess they get the kingdom too then. It won't stop if you basically, most Afrocentric tribes circumcised, right? So again, Malak made another good point. Well, how can a woman show her circumcision? So she don't get the kingdom? No, it just goes so many different ways it can go. So again, no one talks about the circumcision of the heart. Ain't nobody cut nobody's chest open. Nobody cut nobody's chest open and with no knife and scalpel and taking a piece of skin off the heart. No one doing that. Yeah, Africans and Islam, they do the cuts. So I'm just saying, I'm not gonna make it about a cut. Are my children cut? Yes, they are. I know Mallie and the person didn't talk about some of their kids are cut. You know what I'm saying? Just the last one, he was like, I decided not to do it. Who can stand here and condemn somebody? Be like Christ. He who's without sin cast the first stone. I'm not going to shoot you. I don't own a heaven and hell to put you in. I'm going to give you what I understand, talk to you about it, give you my understanding of the scriptures, and we can build or we can go our separate ways. And time will tell who right and who was wrong. That's just about where I'm at with it, though. That's, your old brother over here. But yeah, it's too much time, man, worrying about what other people doing in Israel. And the same people making these comments are making whores out of the daughters of Israel, running through daughters like it's crazy, corner daughters popping up over there, keeping 4th of July. And, well, she corner, I can keep those feasts with her. I'm like, boy, I tell you, boy, hey, the stuff we know, it blows my mind to see some of these cats be talking. I'm telling you, it blows my mind. Another brothers bringing home Gentile women, heathens. Talking about, yeah, she my slave. I can have her. I said, boy, you ain't purchased that white woman with nothing. And guess what? That white woman ain't even there. You just wanted to have your way with her for a time. Man, you know what I'm saying? We just messed up, man. I'm not going to spin my wheels condemning nobody in this chat. You know what I'm saying? Because I know we all are a work in progress. I know we are all trying to seek the kingdom, and we all trying to be the better versions of ourselves. And in respects to God's laws, statutes, commandments, and him and his awesomeness about his creation. I mean, if you really think about it, it makes sense. You think God created the animals so you can chew on them. And then he made a covenant for them to live in Genesis 6. And then he tells you with the wisdom of Solomon, you don't have no preeminence over no animal. You think they go down and you go up? All of us got the breath of life. So think about all the souls we done sent that way because we was hungry. And all this living food in this planet. Thank God he ain't condemn us. So I'm not going to spin my wheels trying to condemn nobody. I'm not. That's just your brother over here. Mali, the Nazarene militia, might call the military strike on y'all. That boy Hebrew that went off camera. He said, Nehemiah talking to death. But yeah, I mean, Toya, Steph, you know what I'm saying? I hope you kind of got, a little bit of what I was saying. I'm not going to say that we don't see it in there. It's in there. But, just the perfect examples that Mally gave with Genesis, and just go back and replay this and make the notes and make notes. I always tell people, make notes, put them in your Samsung notes, your Apple notes, keep them with you. So when these conversations come up, you can refer to them. You can copy, paste, send them in a text. Tell people where to turn and have a conversation. Because Abraham got the covenant of God. Abraham got other children. Nobody talk about Abraham's sons that he had with Keturah. You see what I'm saying? Or Ishmael and all his sons. So I mean, what you gonna fight for? You got the cut and they don't, or they all got the cut, so everybody got it. If flesh and blood is not gonna allow you to get the kingdom, why cutting your flesh and cutting your blood gonna get you the kingdom? That's just another way to look at it. That just popped in my head. If flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven, then what is this big fuss about? Because your fleshly rod ain't getting it to the kingdom. Lord forbid some of y'all got, ED, eternal ED. Oh, man, I'm going to burn for that one. Shout out to all my people, man. I'm just making a joke. But yeah, you're not going to get in the kingdom with your rod. So if your spirit is off, your mind is off, you off. Cut or no cut. Israel was in the kingdom. I mean, in their home state, with their temple, with their sacrifices, with their fringes, with their language, and everything. Right, like your fleshy rod gonna make the kingdom. They had everything, and it was still called children of the devil. You see what I'm saying? All these people doing all the works of what you would call Moses, and then none of them get it. None of them get it. None of them get it. So, I don't know. we can just pray for our people and hope they get together. Like how we look as men over here talking about another man's, love muscle. Oh boy, hey, Dino, boy, that boy Mally silly with that one. Me and Dino was laughing. But yeah. Hebrew, where art thou? O Mally, cometh forth hither. I try my best. I try my best. Yeah, we spend too much time in other people's business. And that's crazy. Even the Apocrypha said, whether they be friend or foe, don't speak on other people's houses. Why is we in somebody else's house? The only things we're supposed to be tripping off of is those things that the apostles and the Messiah had us on. Flee fornication, love the Most High, and love your brother as yourself. If you do all that, it would do you well, and you pretty much can hopefully lock yourself, a seat in the kingdom. Go back and read what he wrote and spoke about in Matthew 19. What must I do to have eternal life? And circumcision wasn't in that. Am I right? If we can agree, when that man asked the Messiah the most important question of questions, what must I do to have eternal life? Was circumcision one of those commands? And if you answer no, then there it is. So, and I say no. I don't read him ever commanding circumcision. I never read the Messiah, as a recommendation of circumcision. So, yeah, man, Mally came up with that love muscle. Boy, I died.
Man, what you talking about, man? What you talking about?
Hey, boy, you and your comical rhetoric.
The love. The love muscle.
The love muscle.
I couldn't believe some of these cats was doing that. Like, bro, why is you so concerned? I don't concern myself with another man's privates. What is you niggas so? You know what I mean? What is y'all doing? I don't get that. You dig?
And gun ho with it. Gun ho with it.
It was cool just to go through that and just show like it's different perspectives on it, man. That's it. You dig? And we stayed in the scripture the whole time. We just went to the gospel of the Nazarenes at the end. You feel me? So, man, all praise to the Most High, man, forever live as an anointed, beloved son. He's our example. You feel me?
Look, I was just talking about that. I don't know if you heard it before you came back. I said, look, when the most important question of questions got asked, what must I do to have eternal life? Right? Circumcision wasn't part of the answer. And flesh and blood can't inherit the kingdom anyway. What you gonna do? Walk up to God and say, here go my rod?
All right.
Like your rod gonna be eternal and the rest of your flesh is gone. You got your heavenly body with your earthly rod on it.
Come on, man. You
gonna walk around with your circumcision.
But you gotta think a little better. You know what I mean? Hey, Nee, give the family the update on moms. What's going on with moms, bro?
If y'all hadn't known, they got they put mom officially on hospice. So I just got her back to the nursing home, got her own room and everything, and just try to make her comfortable. And I just keep y'all updated. Just keep her in prayers. Again, I don't look at hospice as the end all be all, that's a reversible thing as well. It's just that it's just nothing else that they can do, no more than that they can do. So when they empty out, then the Most High fills up. But I'm comfortable with the Most High, will, no matter, however it fall. You know what I'm saying? She had 5 children. I'm the only one living. A host of grandkids and great-grandchildren. She ain't never gone nowhere. And I'm at peace with that, and, she had said that that thing touched my heart, said she was flying high on wings with Jesus, She said, I want to go up to yonder, to be with her mother and her father. And our elders be knowing. You know what I'm saying? Our elders be knowing when his time is on her. You know, she just want to rest. It hurts to even touch her hands and her feet. I want to rub her feet. Maddie wanted to, put some frankincense oil on her feet and hands. And, we couldn't even touch her hands and feet. Just everything just hurts. I just want her to be at peace and be comfortable. So, he anointed her head. We prayed prayers over, Maddie came up in there singing and dancing. Boy, she cracked a gigantic Kool-Aid smile. Oh, boy, that boy sings so, but that boy even had the cleaning lady in there bugging up. But yeah, so, I mean.
You already know, man. I came to the hospital singing that New Edition.
But the sunny day.
Oh, everybody loves them. But when you stand the rain. I came in there singing, oh, what's good?
Man, they was in there jamming, bro.
Hey, she smelled that frankincense, though, in her whole
face.
Like, Mama smelled it. She smelled that, and her whole face turned into a Kool-Aid smile.
Yeah, I definitely thank y'all for all the prayers and the hands lifted and we ain't done and we ain't giving up. You know what I'm saying? I just want her to be comfortable. That's all.
Absolutely. I made the spirit of comfort. The spirit of comfort
it.
And high vibes. Abound and rebound upon your mothers and your entire family, man.
I appreciate
comfort
that.
Be needed in these hours. You did.
And now to tell you, man, I've been in tears. I thought I was the first time. This time, I guess when the words hit and the papers are signed, and I had my little time. My little quiet time to myself. I ain't been sleeping good, but I'm all right though. I'm straight all right. But it's just a thing. It's a process. But I think go ahead and get it out of my system now. That way, when that day comes, if and when. I'll be ready, can have my better face on to deal with everybody else with their heartbreak, So
absolutely, brother. But man, look, we in it to win it. And like I say, man, may the spirit of comfort be upon your mother and your entire family. Believe that, know that. And how we view. If you read the Gospel of the Nazarenes to talk about death, and it's like, look, the grave is just a gateway to immortality.
That's it.
What I mean?
It's a rebirth. You got to lay this mortal down in order for the immortal to be born.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Exactly. You dig? So I understand, man. Yeah, our prayers is with you and your family. And all our people going through, in times of bereavement and all that, man. It's definitely something that's serious. But you know what, y'all? That's a threshold we all got to pass one day.
Yeah.
You die in the flesh, but you birthed in the spirit. Get down, boy.
I boy on the table. Oh, what up, Hezzy? What up, nephew? That boy on the table, boy. He blew up. We playing.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yahoo.
Hey, man, watch out, man. Let me finish my stuff. Yeah, whatever. Clown and all that.
Oh, little pawpaw.
You can't put on you, boy.
Boy, you over there geeked up, boy. Got the little kissy kiss.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, man. Brother, just that's what I've been about lately. Spirit of comfort, man. Spirit of comfort. You dig? That's definitely that's needed. You feel me? All type of mentals, and sometimes you go to that strange place in your mind. You be ready just to be like, bump, man, watch out, man. You be ready to, let it just fly, let it all go. But now we can't do that. You know what I mean? So, brother, spirits of comfort, hey, the vibrations of healing and peace permeate every square inch of your being, brother, from the top of your head to the sole of your feet. And may all that you touch and all that, Julia and Strata, all that a part of her, may y'all receive healing and comfort and all that, brother, whether it was directly or indirectly. You dig?
Hallelujah.
So all praise. Can you got a psalm or something for us, bro? Let's pray on out.
Oh, I can find one real quick.
Something shoot, man.
Yeah. Let me see.
That's right, Abriya. The Most High got y'all. Absolutely. All praise.
Hallelujah. I receive that. I receive all that.
Now I'm gonna mute the mic.
All right, bro. I think I got one.
Let's do it. Let's get it.
Psalms 34 with the Most High's permission. So type that in the room. As soon as I can spell, I'll be all right. All right, y'all. Psalms 34 with the Most High's permission. I will bless the Most High at all times, and his praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in Yah. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. Oh, magnify the Most High with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought YHWH'S, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. And they looked unto him, and were enlightened, and their faces were not ashamed. The poor cried, and the Most High heard them, and saved them out of all his troubles. The angels of Yah encamp round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. Oh, taste and see that the Most High is good. Blessed is the man that trusted in him. Oh, fear YHWH's. Yeah, his saints. There is no want to them that fear him. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek Yah shall not want any good thing. Come ye, children, hearken unto me, and I will teach you the fear of Yah. What man is he that desireth life, and loveth many days, that he may see good? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil, and do good. Seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of YHWH are upon the righteous, and his ears are opened unto their cry. The face of Yah is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and Yah heareth, and deliver them out of all their troubles. The Most High is nigh unto them that are of broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Hallelujah. Many are the affliction of the righteous, but Yah delivered him out of them all. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they shall hate the righteous, shall be desolate. Verse 22. YHWH redeemeth the soul of his servants. Hallelujah. And none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Hallelujah. Say la. Yahoo. Hallelujah. Man, the Most High redeemeth the souls of his servants, and none that trust in him shall be desolate.
That's right.
That's right. You do all
And he loves you too, Abba. That's what he said.
All praise and glory now to the Most High, y'all. Thank y'all for y'all prayers. Thank y'all for y'all support. You know what I mean? Just look, let's stay focused on the prize, right? We've chosen the perfected way or the perfected path, and it's just all about perfecting it, right? Yeah, I mean, your destiny is to inherit the emancipated worlds of the Heavenly Father. In my Father's house are many mansions. Your destiny is oneness with the Creator. In my Father's house are many mansions. May they be one as we are one. You feel me? So that's what it's about, y'all. Eventually, you got to get there. You know, everybody at their own pace, you understand? But stay on that path. And then you know what you need to correct. As a man, I know what I need to correct. You don't even need nobody to be telling you that you shouldn't be doing. And look, you already be knowing. You know, just be that ear that somebody can, talk to. Be that shoulder somebody can lean on. You feel me? People know when they doing wrong. They don't need you to be like, nigga, you going off. You're going to be damned. Be somebody they can speak to because they going to come confessing, bro, man. Dang, you know what, man? I've been going through. I got to get something off my chest. That's because you a brother somebody can come talk to. You a sister somebody can come talk to. You know what I mean? Whether that man rise or fall, he's held responsible or accountable to his own creator, to the Most High. He did. So look, love all y'all indeed in truth. I'm about to, wrestle this little joker real quick. And just ain't going back a little taste. Nia, I'll probably call you in a minute too. You got any last words?
No, I don't, bro. I thank everybody for their prayers. Love all y'all indeed in truth. And keep me prayed up, and I'm going to keep y'all prayed up as well.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. All right, y'all. We about here. I feel you. Them transitions. You dig? But hey, it's all good. I actually lost my father 16 years ago, so I understand, man. It get real. And sometimes your mind go to a strange place, so we just need to be thankful for the breath that we have every day, and be resolved in our within our mentals to become that perfected son, or in a woman's case, the perfected daughter of the Almighty. All right, so all praise and glory. Now, Pete in the building, my beloved brother. Bless up, bless up. All right, love y'all indeed in truth. I'm about to get up out of here. Y'all already know, don't stop till you Enoch. Y'all. That's right, Hammer. Y'all. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance, baby.